you're saying that. But I know that scenario where I need to grow, I need to do something more fun. Rather than actually just, it's crazy. My son is really to the degree that I. So you're Batman or?
It's close enough.
Yeah.
Nerd. Bit of a nerd. Nerds are good.
Next year you have to do something else.
Yeah. Change my costume.
How are we doing?
We're good. We're gonna start now.
Okay.
Does everybody have coffee?
Anybody else want a coffee? There's coffee there.
And cookies.
Cookies are good.
Lemon squares.
Hey.
Come in. There's one.
There's a chair over here if you want.
You can haul it back.
Yes, do whatever you want with it.
Hello.
Hello, how's it going? Good. I like your sweater. The gold is very, it brings.
Whoopsie.
No.
You don't know? This
Looks
is
an owl.
Drake. That's Drake.
Oh, is it? Cool, right on. Awesome. Very neat. This is crazy. Good group. Thanks for coming out, guys.
Next time we'll have a bigger room for you.
It's all right. We're a tight knit group anyway.
Around the end of January, the first part of February, we'll have Teresa Innes doing a session on public relations.
Awesome. That's one I'm gonna go to for sure.
You have an extra pen?
You want?
I got one.
Everyone? Anyone else?
Thanks, bud.
Look at that.
If it runs out, I'm robbing it.
Yeah.
Cool.
So, yeah, whenever you're ready.
Okay.
I'm only going for a second.
You got it?
I had
Everyone got
extras.
it?
Oh, good.
Wonderful.
You got
You.
pens?
You are nervous.
Where's the camera? Oh, there, camera.
Check. Can you hear me? You're good? Okay.
20 seconds, yeah. But
Oh, it's gonna
I heard
take
you
20
first,
seconds.
so.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Rebecca. I've met most of you, I think, but not everybody. So it's nice to meet you. You let me know when I go, okay?
Yeah. Just make a mention that the comments in the video aren't working, so email us or Facebook us or something like that.
Sure thing. Okay. Hi, everybody. Welcome to MusicNL's marketing workshop. It's 1 o'clock, November 21st. I'm doing this for posterity's sake, so for when people look back on this, they'll know. We decided to do this today for a number of reasons. It was a result of member interest. We've got a lot of people calling, writing us, wanting to have help with their funding applications. So we're doing this in advance of our funding application deadline for the Artist Development Program, which is on December 4th. To kind of tackle the most difficult, or what we see maybe is the most difficult part of the funding application process, and that's the writing of a marketing plan. It's of huge importance to your application and the way we look at your application, so we want to give you a hand in framing it in your minds. I'll be here all afternoon to field some questions about the Artist Development Program. I know that it's a new program. We just brought it up this year, so there are some questions about the program. But Michelle is going to take it, and she's going to talk about the marketing plan, and also talk about some grant writing tips a little later on in the session. I want to say hello to all of our, hopefully, people who are joining us via the live feed. I will just say that the comments have not been enabled in the YouTube video, so if you do have a comment or a question that you'd like to make, please email us at info@musicnl.ca, or you can comment on our Facebook or our Twitter feeds. So just a brief introduction of Michelle. She's she's the best grant writer that we see. So, and I don't want to go on and on about her. She'll prove her mettle here today. But, you know, her grant applications are always things of beauty. She has earned her clients, she said, over $350,000 in funding. And I can tell you that just keeps on getting bigger and bigger and bigger from our perspective. So we're really thrilled to have her here today, and we want to thank her for coming. We hope that this will be of value to all of our members and maybe pull in some people who don't know what MusicNL does and want to become members with us as well. So without further ado, I'll pass it on to Michelle.
Thank you very much.
Oh,
I don't need the mic, I'm all hooked up.
one last comment. If you want to ask a question or make a comment, can you please just let me know? And I will give you the mic so that our people from away can hear what you're saying.
Yeah, and I'll do my best to repeat the question for the benefit of people watching at home as well. So firstly, I'd like to say thank you very much to MusicNL for having me in. I think it's great that they're doing this session. I'm always open to help people, but of course my time is limited as well, so I feel like we're killing a couple of birds with a single stone here today, and I think that's great. And thank you so much for coming out. I know it's a Saturday, and our time is precious, so it'd be nice to hang on the couch today, but thank you for coming in and spending it with me. So, for those of you who don't know me, Rebecca gave a brief introduction. I do artist management through Kilbride Music. We work with the Once, the Dardanelles. We've had a series of other clients as well. I do artist development on the side and grant writing on the side. So this is where it's been a combination of those different streams that I've accumulated approximately somewhere between $350,000 and $400,000 of funding for my clients and for myself as well, through a bunch of different mediums, from MusicNL, NLAC, Factor, and Radio Star Maker, which is the bigger one. So today we're going to try to keep it geared towards the application at hand, which is MusicNL's projects grant that's coming up on December 4th. But of course, this can be applied to any grant application, and most of them do require a marketing plan as part of the components that you submit. So we're going to start there. Like Rebecca mentioned, I will go over some grant writing tips as well, because it's important that, you know, this part is good and the content is great, but on the whole, the whole package really does matter. So you might be wondering, what is a marketing plan? Has anyone written one so far, or tried it, or do you know what it is? Sort of. It's pretty simple. You know what, it seems really complicated, and I think the idea is, let's just keep it simple. A marketing plan is basically an outline of how you intend to market your product. That's it. It's just a document. This is how this is my plan, right? So you might be asking why you'd want to write one in the first place. Most of the time, people only end up writing one when it comes time to submit a grant. Realistically, you should have one all the time, even if it's something as simple as an outline of bullet points, that this is kind of what I'm trying to do with the product. And that's basically for your own benefit. It's your own roadmap to success. Here you are spending thousands of dollars creating an album, presumably, or setting up a tour, or doing a DVD box set, something. Why wouldn't you want to plan for success? How are you going to get it out to people? It's not enough to just create the art. You have to have a plan for how you're going to get it to people, in their ears, on the screens, in stores, all that kind of stuff. So it's a roadmap for yourself. It's a component of most grant applications. It's also a very valuable business tool. In the event that you are ready to start seeking management, a booking agent, a publicist, a label, this document is going to be invaluable to present to these people and say, look, I'm ready. Here's my plan. It's very impressive from my perspective as an artist manager to meet someone who says, oh man, my music's really, really great. I'm sure it is. There's no doubt. You wouldn't be doing this, you wouldn't be selling out shows ever if your music wasn't great. But do you have the business component, right? So you want to make sure you have at least some sort of plan. And in the event that you never get management, well, you're kind of self-managing, right? And this is a part of the business. Your music is your business. It's a company, and you need to treat it as such. So no matter if it's really detailed, like we're going to go through in a second, it should at least be bare bones, point note, here's my plan. So, the first thing you need to do is know your destination. So, what is it where are you hoping to get to? Is it you're creating this demo in order to gain the attention of festival programmers? Or is it that you're creating a demo or an album to make another album or land a tour? What is your destination? Because that's going to matter for, how are you marketing this? If you're just creating a demo, for instance, let's start on the very basic scale. If you're just creating a demo, you probably don't need to make a very elaborate marketing plan. You don't need to dump thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars into it, because realistically what you're trying to do is get a bit of music out there, start building a modest fan base, maybe have something to pitch to people like industry folk if you go to a conference and that sort of thing. And it's always just to get you to the next rung on the ladder. So in saying know your destination, you should also know where you are, what's your starting point, right?
I'm in my basement.
You're in your basement, exactly. So you want to get out of your basement. Exactly. That's good to know what your goal is. Speaking of, maybe we can just take a quick second, and I think I know most everyone, but it might be worth introducing ourselves just so we know everyone. And if you wouldn't mind, can you state your name, the band, or if you're a solo artist, what genre you're in, and what level you feel you are at? Can we start with you, Jordan?
I'm in Water from Fire. It's an alt rock band, and I guess we're trying to take it to the next level. So
Cool.
I do it forever, I guess, play music all the time. And I'm also in a folk duo called Quote the Raven.
Cool.
Excellent. I'm going to get you guys to speak to a mic just because.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool. So far we have Jordan from Waterfront Fire. They're an alt rock group. They've already put out an album recently, and he's also in a folk duo called Quote the Raven, right? Yeah. Okay.
Won an award too, didn't you?
That's right. And you guys played the MusicNL award show. Cool. Right on. Woohoo! Woohoo!
I still kind of bewildered about it.
Next.
I'm Blair Lane. I'm a country artist working on a new project, taking a more of a singles approach this time, but the end result is a EP.
Cool.
I'm Melanie O'Brien. I've been around for a while, but I'm participating in some other albums, but never officially got to release my own. So I'm looking at probably an EP as well, and I guess I would be folk rock.
Folk rock. Cool. Right on. You might want to circle it around you there. Yeah.
Hello. So weird to speak into a mic that doesn't have sound coming out of it. My name's Kelly Loader. I used to do a lot of Christian music back in, I don't know, my first and second album, and now I'm kind of transitioned into like a folk pop type thing. My second album was up for Juno. That was probably the peak for me. And I'm working on my third album, so that's me.
Cool.
My name's Luke Tremblett, play under the stage name Rough Hands, and in terms of levels I'm at, I'm just playing around town, working on getting some music that people can listen to at home.
And your what genre?
Alternative.
Cool.
As a genre, yeah.
Cool.
Hello, my name's Virginia Fudge. I was MusicNL funded in 2006 or some years ago, and that went really, really well. But since then, I've been raising my daughter, but writing, as I said, in my basement for a long time. I have tons of material, and not quite sure what to do with it, but love to write. I think back in the day, I would have called myself, or it was dubbed alt pop. Perhaps now it might just be pop. But we'll see. Okay.
Hi, my name is Justin LaValle. I've been playing guitar for about 20 plus years, and fiddle and these other instruments and so forth. I played in several bands when I was like early 20s and a teenager, and just interested in knowing more and learning more about the whole industry.
Great.
I'm Aaron Hickey. I guess I'm like the songwriter for Young Max. We had three MusicNL nominations in 2013, but I'm just finishing up another album, which I guess would be, I'm hoping it will be done by January. It's almost done now. So.
Cool.
My name's Cody Basha, and I play under the stage name of Cody Basha. And I'm an acoustic pop, I guess would be my genre right now. But yeah, basically just working on my first EP as we speak.
Cool. Let's flip the mic around and get the couple in the back there too.
Hi, I'm Alex. The project is it's like a solo project called AE Bridger, and I just finished up recording an album. Did a few festivals, so I'm just hoping to get that out and play like a wide variety of styles. So yeah.
Cool.
Hi, I'm Eddie Kenny, singer-songwriter, musician. I serve on the board of MusicNL, board of directors, and I have done a lot of stuff over the years in music, and my new group is Gypsy Water, a female rock country folk group. Cool. So, yeah, that's it. And back to Rebecca. Thank you all for being here.
The interesting thing here, and just going through that exercise, is a lot of you talked about where you were and where you are now. And it stands to reason that you're going to be somewhere else in a year from now, 2 years from now, 4 years from now, etc. So this is something that is going to be constantly reevaluated. Where are you going? Some of the pretty basic ones, the ones that likely won't change, they'll be pretty constant throughout, is you're going to want to try to increase your following, right? So it's kind of like the game of Risk. You start on one corner of the board, you've got your men in one little territory, and what you're trying to do is increase your following so you have enough people to branch out into these neighboring territories, right? So if we transfer that analogy to Newfoundland, we're in a bit of an awkward position where we're sort of isolated on this very eastern part of Canada. So for us, we usually start in Newfoundland, in St. John's. Then we'll start working our way across the province. Labrador is even pretty tough for us to get to, but try to make our way up there. We'll try to work our way through the rest of the Atlantic provinces, and then we'll continue on west across Canada. We might, even depending on our genre, we might actually try to go the opposite way, go across the pond to the UK, etc. So your map is going to be different from everyone else's map here, but it's going to have some of these same components. So you want to try to increase your online following, and you also, in general, what you're trying to achieve is coverage, press coverage, because concert reviews, different features, and that's going to help engage fans in these new territories. So this is what we're trying to do, and we're going to figure out how to do it. So first, the components of a plan, just to kind of give a brief overview. Again, in keeping things simple, I've created 3 different headings that I usually think about. Product. We've just talked about what we're working on. Most of you are working on either an EP, an album, maybe even a tour. But that's good that we know our products. We have a tangible thing. Live performance is generally part of that product. Part of knowing what your product is also knowing who's going to buy your product. But we'll get into that a little later. First, I want to just kind of briefly go over the other 2 headings. Then we have our marketing tools, which are things like videos, photos, handbills, posters. These are tools that we use to market. And then we have our marketing channels. These are things like media outlets, digital outlets, print outlets, radio, different advertising campaigns, etc., which we'll go into a little later. So first, let's tackle that, the idea of a product. We just kind of went through the room. Most people are working on either EPs, a single model for a new album, or even just, trying to get out of your basement and into a main stage somewhere. So this is what we're peddling, whether peddling a live performance or a product that'll get people out to a live performance. You like my choices here? Adele, very hot right now. Very hot right now. Okay, so let's talk about the demographic. Does everyone here have a general idea of who's interested in your product? Some of us look unsure.
It varies. Like sometimes I'm like getting 70-year-old women like being like, I love your music, and
Yeah.
then there's like teenagers. You
Right.
know, like it's
So for the benefit of people at home, Kelly's saying that it varies all the time. It's hard to know. And it will kind of vary, but in advertising, you know, if we were to just look at a general product, what's a good example? Barbie, for instance. Barbie has honed in on the young girls market, aged, I don't know, whenever you start playing till about 12, when you start getting out of that stuff. And maybe some women grow up to always have an affinity for Barbie products. So there's a bit of nostalgia there. They're targeting different markets, and what they're going to do is they're going to tailor their marketing campaigns to attract those particular buyers within those demographics, right? So we're going to kind of speak in general terms, and you know, a lot of in the world of corporate marketing, there's going to be a lot of research to determine what those demographics are. You can do a bit of your own research just by taking a look at who's coming to your shows. So, can you get away with doing an all ages show? Are you playing bars and what you're realizing is people aren't coming to see you? Maybe your music appeals to a different crowd that aren't allowed in the bars, for instance. Rocket Ship has a much younger demographic. So they've been doing they went and aligned with, I can't remember what well, Mariana's Trench, but I'm thinking of the school tour that they did that Everglow's currently on. Live Different, right. So they were able to determine that their target market is younger. How are we going to get in front of those people if we can't play in the regular venues, like the bars and clubs? So they went and sought out an opportunity made an opportunity to get in front of that demographic. And they're doing really well. You might have a slant of activism in your music. Maybe you're a political folk songwriter. And so maybe you're also going after a certain lifestyle, right? People who are eco-conscious, you know, people who subscribe to being friendly to the environment, or maybe they're against war. Like we saw this in the 70s and 60s all the time. People who were singing about very particular topics. So the age then didn't matter, but the mind frame did, right? So it's about knowing your product and knowing who's going to go after your product. And then this way you'll have an idea of where you should be placing your product to get the attention of those consumers. Make sense? Okay. And another thing to do is, you know, everyone's a very unique flower, snowflake, as my boyfriend Scott would say, very unique, special snowflake. He says it jokingly, but while it... That's okay.
I'm so sorry.
We'll give you a minute. It's all right.
Oh my God.
Well, it's true. Your music is unique. There are some broad genre headings that you can generally fit underneath, and you might want to take a look at who do I sound like? Who would I put myself in a category with? A like genred artist that you could then go, okay, so what are they doing? Where are they putting their music? How are they getting in front of their audience? A lot of the mainstream artists, of course, have a much bigger budget, and that's a whole other ball game. But it still stands to reason that those people might just like your music as well. So it's finding creative ways to tap into that market, or even just for the purposes of doing market research. If you think you sound like Justin Bieber, well, who's Justin Bieber's demographic? Do you know what I mean? Okay. Then there's the other aspect of demographics, or your target markets, which is your geographic markets. This is kind of what we just talked about with the risk board analogy. For us, mostly, it's, you know, we start in Newfoundland and we have no choice but to kind of work our way outward. That might not work for you. Like the Dardanelles, for instance, they play a lot in the eastern seaboard of the United States, and a big market for them is Ireland and the rest of the UK. So they don't spend a whole lot of time here working the rest of Canada. They determined that early. It's very genre related. They play traditional music, so they targeted festivals that take place in those faraway territories. Make sense? So it has to kind of work for you. If pop is your thing, or let's say if hip hop is your thing, and you've noticed there's not really a big hip hop following in this city, well, maybe you need to start looking at where are those fans located in a place that I can get to. So, because there's really no sense in wasting your time and your money and your effort to try to tour for 3 people in a club, right? Okay. The other thing I wanted to just note here is based on that information that you can create on your own, who's buying my music, what age group, what are their likes, dislikes, and where are they located. From there, you want to create a list of media outlets to align with. So where are those consumers, that potential fan base, where are they going to get news on their music, the music that they like? And just create a brief list. It could be an ideal list. I'd like to be featured in Exclaim magazine. There's a goal. There's a destination to keep in mind. Okay. We talked about that. Talked about that. The other thing with the media outlets too is, we sort of touched briefly on it, is it's not just where are they going to buy your music, but where are they going to listen to your music. Again, Rocket Ship found they weren't going to clubs because they were all too young. So know your venues, know which venues you should be targeting as well, and festivals and the like. And I just want to throw it out there, if you guys have questions throughout, don't be shy. I can be interrupted, I don't mind that at all. Okay, any questions so far? No? Cool. Let's talk about the marketing tools, which is also your content. So the marketing tools are used in the promotion of your goods and services. And let's be real, you are providing both a good and a service. A tangible product, whether it's even just a single people can buy digitally, or an album. And then also your service, which is live performance. So the tools that I'm talking about here are really your singles, your videos, your press photos, live shots, things that you would put out on social media. Other marketing tools would be posters, handbills, if you're going to a conference, like a one-sheet business card. And a contest is a bit of a tool as well, because it's something that you're going to be putting out through these marketing channels.
What do you mean by contest?
Content, it's...
Contest.
Oh, contest. Like, let's say you're playing in Halifax. You might want to have a contest campaign, or let's say you're doing a whole tour of the East Coast. You might have a contest campaign where you put up on social media, submit your best photo or something, or do your best cover song of our music, and the winner will receive 2 tickets for the show, or whatever it may be, or maybe it's a swag bag or something like that. But the idea behind a contest campaign is to get fan engagement, so get people talking about it and try, and it's a stop on your destination. It's a means to get that growth. You know what I mean? Good question. Forgive me, I have to look at my notes a little bit. And can every once in a while someone yell out the time for me? I want to be conscious of the time. What is it? 1:37. Okay. All right. So your singles. Has anyone put out a single yet? Yeah. Blair's talking about putting out a single. You've put out a single too? Okay. And where did you put it out? Out of curiosity, like how did you get it out there?
Well, I have a Christmas single that's dropping this year.
Yeah.
And I got a radio promoter in New Brunswick that's going to push it to country radio and some other genres of radio.
Okay, cool. So Blair's just said he's got a Christmas single, and he's hired a radio tracker promoter to put it out. Cool. Videos are often used too as a marketing tool. That the videos will support the single in most cases, but it can also be used as a marketing tool to sell or to preview a tour. Like, I don't know if you have Matthew Byrne or Sherman on your friends list, but they did a preview video to promote their Ontario tour that they're doing together. The two of them are pairing up, So they decided, hey, let's film just a live acoustic performance, put up our information on where they can see us in Ontario, or at least where they can find more information on our website, etc. So that's a tool, and they chose to put it out through a very specific marketing channel for them, which was social media, right? Kind of see how it's all coming together there. You would use photos, or something that, yes, you definitely put up on social media. You might use them for a poster, which is in itself another marketing tool. Yeah.
Any way you can get funding for like a music video for a single?
Yeah, absolutely you can. I'd have to ask Rebecca to talk a little bit more about how MusicNL can help there, but certainly like factors there. If generally, I think my understanding of it is they will give video support if they've already supported the album, or if you have a different level rating, like if you're rated 2 or 3, they could just very well support the video release. Yeah.
That's new, Michelle. That's new where MusicNL's involved with video.
Right. Yeah, because I think it's considered a marketing tool now, right? Yeah. The videos. I had someone call me about that yesterday. Actually, they wanted to know how they could get money for a video. And my response was, well, given your profile, it might be difficult for you to tap into any funding. So you might have to approach it a different way. Maybe it's, maybe the video idea is more of a story idea. So it's actually going to be like a short movie, say. So in that case, the producer or the director of the video could actually apply as the applicant for funding to create a piece of art in which your music is featured, right?
So like short filmmaker or something.
Yeah, and so they would be able to have an entirely different funding stream. Arts Newfoundland would potentially fund something like that. If I think if it was even like a short graphic, like a cartoony kind of a thing, that's another angle, right? So kind of taking a look at all these different ways, like what could it be? Is it educational? Maybe if it's an educational video that also features your music, you might have a whole other stream of revenue open up to you.
Sort of like that. We
Was
released
it?
a video, and it was more like our we had access to it to use it for promotion, but it was really more like the filmmaker used our music in his video that he made, which then he brought to like film festivals and stuff around the world.
Very cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And actually, Fortunate One's new video, I think, was created as a gift to them, because some filmmakers really loved the song. They felt inspired to create a visual to it, and then they gave it to Fortunate Ones to use it. Was it?
He was going to film festivals and like submitting film festivals all around, and a lot of them had video categories. He didn't have one to submit, so I guess I don't know why he approached us. He heard the songs or whatever, and then he's like, I really like this song.
That's awesome. That's super, super cool. So he was able to get something out of it. He was building his own profile, and you got to use it as a marketing tool. Yeah. Win-win. That's the other thing, is if you're looking for, pictures to be taken, a photographer can be pretty costly. Not saying that photography is not worth it. I'm saying that you have to take a look at your own budget and determine which areas that you can feasibly spend money on. So maybe if a photographer is outside of that budgetary reach, maybe you have a friend who's a hobbyist with a great camera. Do you know what I mean? We do all have a friend with a nice camera. Don't take a iPhone photo. That's not good. But you can draw on people. It's kind of like bartering in that case. So you might not need funding, is kind of where I'm going with it. Funding is there, and it's great, but the trouble with funding too sometimes is that they have very definitive deadlines. You might have a project that falls outside of those deadline dates. So you have to be creative in how to find the money or the skill sets needed to fulfill that marketing tool, right? I see Rebecca with the microphone. Did you want to say something?
I just actually want to say that for everyone else who wants to say something.
Oh.
I'm gonna give you the microphone.
Okay,
So
cool.
I'll keep an eye out and try and give it to you guys.
Sweet.
'Cause I want everybody to be able to hear your comments because they really add a lot.
Absolutely, yeah. And thank you so much for participating, guys. I feel a little weird here having to stand in front of y'all. No, I'm good. I'll you know, it's exercise. It's good. Okay, so we got a little off track. I want to talk about the photo as being a marketing tool, and they don't have to always be professional photos. There is a time and a place for a candid photo. If someone in the band has a great camera, knows how to use it a little bit, I mean, a lot of people are documenting their recording process, and that's a marketing tool then to put on social media. It's something free you can do. Eventually, if you were to have like professional press photos taken, you'll want to use that kind of thing for maybe your album liner note, or your posters or your handbills, or content to go along with a press release if you're doing a publicity campaign. So this is why they're tools, because they're not just for a single thing. We can put them out through different channels all the time, right? Posters and handbills. Handbills aren't, I don't think they're super popular around here. But handbills are, if you're not familiar with it, they're kind of small little posters that people will, like street teams will hand out to people on the street to kind of solicit a bit more engagement and reach a market that you might otherwise not reach through social media or through the places, you know, in print or digital that you have any advertising or coverage, press coverage. Handbills can be used at conferences. I've seen some really creative marketing happen at conferences where people will get, they'll kind of riff on the one sheet idea. Does everyone know what a one sheet is, or maybe I'll just tell you briefly in case people watching don't know. A one sheet is basically a single sheet of paper, kind of like this, where it has an image of the band. It'll kind of showcase the branding of the band. It'll have a short bio. When I create one sheets, usually it's to market a new product, a new album. So I'll also have the cover art of the album, a track listing. I'll highlight which song on the album we think are going to be the single. So it'll highlight that track. So when people get the album, they'll say, I want to listen to that one first. Some release information, like when is it being released, where, and then contact information. How can the person who's picking up this one sheet get a hold of me if they want to book me, or if they want to get an interview, etc. Yes?
Where would they pick up the one sheet to?
The one sheet is a marketing tool that generally is brought to a conference or a showcase of some kind where they have an exhibit hall. ECMA has that sort of thing. I don't think we did that at MusicNL yet.
No, but at the registration desk, people generally bring their materials because everybody comes to the registration desk.
That's right.
And I just wanted to comment, there are two things that came to my mind when you were talking about this in terms of tools. First of all, when you create those one sheets, if you're going to provide an email address, make it an email address that you're actually checking, because I have tried to book artists who don't respond to the contact information that they provided. And so that is prohibitive, right? I move on. If I've got something in a hurry that I need to do and I can't get in touch with somebody, a phone number is always good too.
Absolutely.
I know people are weird about giving their phone numbers out, but it's really helpful to be able to pick up the phone and say, hey guys, I've got this going on tomorrow and somebody just dropped out on me. Can you fill in a spot?
Absolutely.
The other thing that I wanted to mention is, who was it who brought the lighters to the registration desk this year? It was you guys, hey? Yeah. What a great idea that was. And I don't mean to, I'm not supporting the smoking and all that, right? But those sorts of props are fantastic. Buttons, stickers, those don't get thrown in the recycling bin at the end of the conference. I can tell you right now, I take them home if there are any left, and usually there aren't. There certainly weren't any lighters left. But even stickers, those sorts of things, kids like them. People bring them home to, pens. That's right. Anything that people can use on a day-to-day basis or decorate their instruments with, in my case, binders and stuff like that. Those things are really helpful.
Well, and it brings up a great point, is that like what I'm talking about here are some very basic ideas that you should you're going to in some way include in your marketing plan. But there's all sorts of creative marketing initiatives. Rocket Ship, again, I hate to harp on them, but they from the very beginning got rocket candies and put their email address or their web address on the rocket, like just with a label. They just created labels, put it on the rocket candies, and handed those out. Super creative. Everglow, same sort of idea. They invested in glow sticks that could hang around your lanyard at a conference or a festival, with, again, branded with their email, their web address. Those are creative marketing tools that can be used. Again, just a caveat, you want to make sure that it fits within your budget, right? Or you want to budget for that sort of thing. Maybe you can't afford a video, maybe you can afford a creative marketing tool such as that.
The one-sheeter is actually extremely useful when you go to get it reviewed.
Yeah.
Because oftentimes you're talking to people who you have no connection to.
You want to take the microphone there?
I was just saying that the one-sheeter is actually really useful for, because like usually you're doing this stuff by email and you're emailing someone you've never met before, they don't know you, oftentimes they never heard of you, and it's like, if you don't have that, you're almost not for real.
Well, yes.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
It shows a level of professionalism.
Well, yeah, and they see it and you're real to them, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've found like I had a lot more success with that, because oftentimes one thing that'll come back is you'll hear from some guy and he's like, sorry, I had like 100 of these today.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's true. He's emailed by 100 people and you're just one other guy. So once you're established, that's fine if they've heard your name before.
Yeah.
Or if you can get them to listen to the album, in my case, like that's what, if I could get them that far that they would actually turn it on or go to like some site on the internet and listen to it, then they would always review it.
Yeah.
So
Totally.
You're just breaking barrier.
Is this also known as a rider?
No.
No? Or
That's
like
that's totally different.
like a press kit?
Those are all marketing tools. The press kit is generally a combination of things. It'll have your bio in, it'll have a video, like an EPK, an electronic press kit, will have, music to sample, maybe a video if you have it, and a lot of buyers do want to see a live performance. It'll have your press photo, it'll have your album art, that kind of thing. But a rider's different. We'll get into that later.
So in terms of applying for the grant or any grants, because a lot of people, they ask for bio, they ask for photos, or whatever you have. So with the one sheet, is that redundant, or is it a good idea to put it together? And I mean, I usually think more is more, so make it as comprehensive as you can, I guess. But yeah, for a grant purpose, what would you say? Would you use a one sheet, or would you separate that information?
Here's what I like to do. It really depends on what the grant is asking. They might ask you specifically for a bio. And these days what I'm doing is I'm including a short bio, no more than 3/4 of a page. And then I do like a career highlights bullet point section.
I did that last time I applied.
Yeah, because it's just easy at a glance kind of thing. The one sheet, for me, I'll include this in a grant as an annex, as like like an add-on to the grant. I'll indicate it in my table of contents. Here's an example of a marketing tool that I will be using.
Because it looks good, and it looks like something you could, if you're good with computer at all, you could do yourself.
Yeah.
And
Well,
you
it
have
is.
it for other purposes, like you said.
It's important because it showcases your brand. Generally, you're going to try to be consistent along all of your marketing tools. Your poster is going to reflect your album art or something about the band. It's same with your one sheet. Your video might have, a similar sentiment or feel to it. You can't just like flip around here and there because people will wonder who you are, what you're doing.
You can get a graphic designer to do it for $50, probably
Absolutely,
$100, and then you can send the PDF to 1,000 people. There's no cost. Like
Yeah.
you can email it to as many people as email addresses you can find.
Exactly.
So-
And a lot of radio stations do ask that you send a one sheet with your album, because then again, they don't have to go to your website. They have everything they need at a glance. That's all they have time to see, really, is read a quick paragraph on who you are, what you've done. If they want more information, if they're really that interested, they will follow the link and find out more on your website. So while we're on the topic of creative marketing, does anyone else have an example that either you've used in the past or that you've been thinking about using that you feel we haven't mentioned yet and is worth, like it's such a good idea that, or maybe it's you don't want to share it, but that's okay too. one of the things I was getting at is when I've gone to conferences, one of the most creative things I've seen was table tents. Does everyone know what a table tent is? It's like when you go to a restaurant, sometimes they have this thing on the middle of your table that'll feature their wine list or their like meal of the month kind of thing, their special. The reason this was so creative is because when you go to a conference, everyone has their posters, everyone has their handbills. So the tables are covered in flat paper, stacked on top of one another. The posters, they have billboards, but there's so many that people just kind of tack it on over top. The table tents added a dimension, right? Suddenly there was something sticking up from the table and you were like, hey, what's that? That's cool. You know what I mean? So there's some basic stuff, but don't be afraid to get creative and think, how can I stand out in front of people? And that should definitely be included in your marketing plan, because people like that. I don't think they've ever done it, so maybe I'll mention it, but Fortunate Ones at one point thought, wouldn't it be cool if we had fortune cookies, like giant fortune cookies, and the fortune inside could either say a message or have a lyric or something like that, or at the very least your web information, contact information. That's a pretty interesting marketing tool. To my knowledge, they haven't done it because it was going to cost like $5 a cookie to do it. So sometimes your budget will dictate what you can afford to do, right?
It's not really that creative, but I did serve fudge at my CD release.
And
give fudge whenever I gave out.
It's so great.
It's a little obvious, a little overt, but hey.
Hey, Virginia fudge. Who doesn't like fudge?
Right.
I mean fudge. That's good. Okay, so we're all clear on what a marketing tool is then. It's something that it's something concrete that we can then use to disseminate through all these marketing mediums. So, handy dandy clicker. Let's get to the marketing channels. Right, I was going to define publicist. Do I have that on there? No, I don't. Something got filled up. It's okay. Okay. So the marketing channels is the way that you're getting your marketing tools to people. So as we kind of briefly mentioned, there's a lot of different ways you can get the word out. Digital, print, radio. There's a slew of music blogs out there. Those are really handy dandy. Retail, you could do like a retail campaign. You can have street teams. Conferences is another marketing channel. The sole purpose you would go to a conference and dump all the money it takes to get there and the registration fees and yada 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 is not only to network with people, but you're marketing to people, right? You're pitching people your product all the time. And at a live performance, you're doing the same thing. So you want your live performance to reflect your brand. You might have your drum head will have your band name on it. You might have a banner in the background. This is a marketing channel. It's an opportunity for you to feature your brand and to get in front of people and win them over to your side. Change all the little pieces on your risk board to blue or whatever your color is, right? So let's talk about some of these in more detail. I'm a little lost I didn't number my slides. Oh yes, okay, all right, I'm not lost. Okay, let's talk about what a publicist is, because that is an expense in itself. It's a valuable team member to have, but not without the cost. A publicist helps you manage your relationship with the media. So in essence, they are the ones who take your marketing tools. They'll create a press release. It'll have a nice little write-up. I'm sure we've all seen one. An announcement of sorts saying, hey, this band is traveling through your city, blah, 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 blah. Or they have a new product. Or maybe it's this person is having a baby even. Just any reason to get in front of the media. They are going to take those tools and they're going to push it on all of the media outlets that they have relationships with and try to extend their relationship with those media outlets to you. So they're going to arrange interviews through either newspapers like dailies, or even weekly magazines, monthly magazines, that kind of thing. Radio, television. A I wanted to specifically put up here lifestyle magazines because it brings up a point of cross marketing. A lifestyle magazine is something like Cottage Living, Quilting Magazine, or whatever it is, right? This goes back to knowing our demographic, and if there's a particular slant, if you're an activist of some kind, maybe there's some sort of activist magazine or something that you could relate then to a whole new consumer base. So you would try to not only solicit to Canadian musician or guitar magazine, but
And your fudge in Canadian Living?
well, yeah, exactly. Maybe she has a delicious fudge recipe, and she can get an interview and talk about her new record, and have it. That's a great idea.
I can't do it. I don't even know anyone in Canadian Living.
Yeah. So a publicist will also, they'll send the press announcements to widespread media. We talked about that. They'll arrange public appearances. Maybe they're looking for a guest speaker at some sort of conference. This is some of the stuff that's probably beyond what you would include in a contract with such a publicist if you were to be able to afford one. Do you need one? It's a good question. You may. I think judging the room here, I can honestly say you probably don't. It's a huge expense right now. I would encourage you to go to the workshop that Teresa is going to do in February, I think they said. January, February, keep your eyes open. And she can give you some pointers on how to manage your own relationship with the media. They're extremely valuable to have, but they're also very expensive. And again, in the interest of being responsible fiscally with your business, you do have to consider what you can afford. So let's.
How many publicists are there in Newfoundland?
I know of Teresa. Yeah, I know of Teresa Ennis. Sorry, the question for the benefit was how many publicists are there in Newfoundland? I'm sure there are more, but the one that I know is Teresa, and they're pretty few and far between. There's a lot more coming, establishing themselves on the mainland. But again, it comes with a fee. The big names could run you $1,000 a month. That's flat rate, no matter what happens, no matter if you get interviews. So it's just a caution. We've used publicists and they've been excellent, but keep in mind that we're also dealing with a national act. So that is a large market to cover. If you are going on, if you have a couple shows in Halifax, say, it's very localized, I would encourage you to talk to your Halifax friends, your Halifax musicians, or even your local musicians that have been to Halifax and say, who do you know at this media outlet that I've, determined is on my wish list of where I need to go?
I think for me, I know I couldn't afford $1,000 a month
Yeah.
for a publicist, but if I had someone to kind of take the load off,
Yeah.
it's just a lot of information to you got to focus on your art, and then you got to focus on being your business, and then
Yeah.
doing the public relations, and then doing all the other stuff.
Kelly, can you repeat that?
No.
I was just saying, I know for me that I couldn't afford a publicist to be around $1,000 a month, and that it would just be nice to have somebody to help with that kind of stuff. So I'm thinking that even if you had someone who believed in you, if you had even a close friend or somebody to help you, Facebook is not hard to use. There's things that you can learn to use.
Yeah.
Even as an artist, you can tap into using graphic design tools and stuff. It all crosses over. If you're creative in one way, likely you'll be creative in another way.
Yeah.
And it saves a lot of money in the end. I think so.
Well, and the other thing is that I think there was a couple people who made it to the workshop during MusicNL week where we were talking about data management. The media relationship falls under that data management category. I would encourage you all to create a spreadsheet, working from your list of media outlets you've determined, you need to be targeting. You need to create a spreadsheet where you have all of those listed. Then you find out, do your research, find out who the contact is that you need to be talking to, you need to be sending your stuff to. It might not be that general email that's listed on the website, but just shoot them an email and say, hey, who do I need to talk to about getting my album reviewed? Just find out, ask them for their contact information. Add that to your list. Don't just email them and that'll be the end of it. Because you're going to... no, I'm not talking about emailing publicists. I'm saying act as your own publicist. Collect all of that data. There's obviously more to being a publicist than that, but in the interim, before you are able to hire a publicist, you need to figure out a way to do it. And maybe that's designating one person in your band to take on that role. And, you know, yeah, sit down, the 5 of you even.
And they won't do it. First job, nobody will do it. If you don't do it, the person who's here, that's the person who will end up doing that.
Yeah.
That's right. Challenge these days.
Yeah.
I find years ago, you know, when I was little, I grew up thinking you need to get a record deal.
Yeah.
So you get a record deal, great. By the time I was old enough, the record deal, that whole bottom fell out of that.
Oh,
so
yes.
Then it's,
I'll hold on to it.
And now it doesn't matter. But now it's like you have to, it's great because recording is cheaper than it ever was.
Yeah. Thank you.
So recording is cheaper.
Yeah.
Sorry, my point was just saying how different, maybe we're going off on a tangent, but I think it's worth saying how much it's changed and how now, years ago the challenge was to get a record deal, and now the challenge is to, how do you be the songwriter, the singer, the musician, the booker, the manager, the publicist, and still eat and have a roof over your head, you know? So I think, and it's not, I'm not saying it's negative, I don't want to sound like I'm complaining. It's more, there's always going to be a challenge in anything you do. And challenges are good for us, but it's, so how we tackle that challenge is easy. When do you decide, I need help or I need a publicist? You know, just things like that. In terms of your marketing plan, how do you make that look organized and instead of just saying, I'm overwhelmed with doing everything myself?
Well, and the answer to most of if I could just put on my artist management hat for a second, the answer to most of those questions is, when do I need a publicist? When do I need an agent? When do I need a manager? When do I need a label? Is when you can no longer do those things on your own. So reading between the lines there, and this is not to be do it yourself, but you should know how to do it yourself, because this is a business, right? You want to make sure that you know what's happening with your business. I used to babysit I put myself through university. I'm still in university. I babysat up until last year. But you know what?
Good for you.
Childcare. Let's say childcare. I did childcare. I had a spreadsheet. It was just a handwritten thing. I had a little booklet, and because I'm anal, every time I finished a babysitting gig, I wrote the date down, I wrote the family down, I wrote how many hours I worked and what my wage was. Because sometimes I didn't get paid that night, so I had to track the money. Also, at the end of the year, it was just kind of cool. It's like, is it worth doing? Is it worth still doing this, you know, casual childcare? Like $300 a month. Yeah, it was pretty good. Paid my groceries. So I knew the value of that job. I also knew who my client lists. Who are my clients? What kind of money are they? Do you want to ask a question, Ginny?
No, I'm just saying maybe we can
Are you still at that?
Very rarely. I haven't done it in a long time. But basically, just the tangent has brought us back to this idea of data management. This is all going to be a lot easier if you start your data management now. You create your spreadsheet. Maybe you have a folder for yourself, and I can show you what one of my folders looks like once we're done the presentation, just so you get an idea. But I have folders for everything. You know, I keep all my music in one place. I have a spreadsheet of all of the live performances that the Once have done, from city, venue, country, contact information if I have it. Actually, I always have it. How much they got paid, what the capacity of the venue was, or is. And then we can decide, so how did that show go? Did they sell out? Maybe we need to go to a bigger venue later on. This is why that stuff is useful. In speaking about your relationship with the media, maybe the person from C&B Scene gave you a really great feature. That's an ally. That is someone you can draw on in future. Every time you have news to share, you need to contact that person at C&B Scene, because they will likely give you another feature, another mention, something. Do you know what I mean? Now, I'm just going to throw this out there. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work to do the research, find out those people. But look, we're all friends here. We have overlapping genres. We have overlapping media outlets to target. Maybe you want to get together with fellow musicians in town and say, hey, look, guys, I'm headed to Charlottetown. I really would like to get some press coverage. Does anyone have some contacts that you think that I should get in touch with? Because likely your friends know what kind of music you play, and they can make a judgment call. They'll be like, yeah, this person would probably give you some coverage, right? It's like a referral. And share your lists. Share your lists. There will still be a time to get a publicist later on. But in the meantime, when you can't afford it and you're not at that level yet, pool your resources, guys. Pool your resources. And find out, go on things like the Music Nova Scotia website. See who they have listed in their membership as media. They might have contact information right there on the one page. Do you know what I mean? I think, do you have a question? No, okay, we're good. Okay. Yeah, so I would definitely encourage you to create that list. Teresa's also excellent, by the way. Just give her a little plug. We've worked with her on several occasions, and she's been really good to us. So you should definitely come back for her workshop.
What's her last name?
Ennis. She's one of the Ennis sisters. And her company name, her company name is Limehouse Media.
Just a quick question.
Yeah.
Just based on what you said just then, I mean, like you're advising to not really go the angle of like hiring publicists, that kind of stuff. But I mean, looking at the.
Well, wait. No, sorry. I want to just amend that. I'm advising you to take a look at what level you add in your budget and determine whether or not a publicist is really necessary for you.
Of course, but I'm just looking at the application for the grant. It has a pretty significant portion here for like advertising.
Yep.
It's like radio, television. They have cash expenditure for each one. Based on what you're saying, I don't know if you know much about how they award them. Do you think it's safe to assume that it was not really worth putting any kind of significant budget for it? Because they have like radio, television, print, publicist. So do you know if a lot of the grants that are awarded, do they give money like for publicists?
They definitely do. They definitely do. It really depends on what we're going over today are the different components to a plan, and it's going to be up to you to take a look at what is best to include in your plan. So a publicist definitely belongs there, but maybe a publicist doesn't belong over a video. Do you know what I mean? Like maybe that portion of your budget needs to go towards something else over an external team member. The nice thing about a publicist is that they're a contract employee. So they're not someone you have to pay out all the time. You can negotiate based on the length of time that you need their help. And just there's no harm in getting a quote either from a publicist to see if it does fit your budget.
Because I mean, like a lot of these different sort of avenues that they're mentioning here would be accessible by a publicist, like print, television, radio. That's all.
Yep.
And obviously, because like the fact that they're going to be able to leverage like their more high-profile acts against the nobodies, for lack of a better term, you can. It makes sense to spend like $2,000 on a publicist. To me, I don't know.
Yeah, it could make sense for you.
I can send out 200 emails and no one's gonna read them, right?
Yeah.
Whereas he's gonna have.
Well, that's exactly it. It's about weighing what's important to you. Maybe you don't get a professional photographer because you want to spend that $500 towards your publicist, or you might not be able to ask for any funding for marketing because your album is costing so much. But I do suggest that you take a look, and if your album is costing all of your budget, maybe you do want to scale back a little bit and make sure that there's money to actually market the product that you're creating, right? So thank you for that. That's a good point. Because it's definitely something that they will fund, Let's say you've already created your album, you've spent the money, you've financed it yourself, now you have the product, and you want to submit for a funding application for the marketing component. They'll do that too. That's part of the new programs thing at MusicNL. Because of course they don't want you to just create the art, they want you to do something with it. They're here to support our musicians reaching their goals, whatever they might be, Yeah. do we have any other questions before I move on to radio? Nope. Okay. All right. Oh, radio. Here we go. I was already on it. So, in a nutshell, radio promotion is the art of maintaining relationships with program directors in an attempt to persuade them to play your music. This is pretty much verbatim the definition of a publicist, only it's particular to the world of radio. So, earlier, let's just see, did I have it on there? Okay, here when I said a publicist will arrange interviews and radio is included in that list, it's because they will service your press release to radio stations and see if they can't get you an interview on the radio. What a radio promotions expert does is they take your single and they say, we want airplay. They might get you an interview, but mostly what they're after is getting your music to be broadcast on the radio. So they basically do the same thing as a publicist, just again, taking your music and leveraging their existing relationships with radio stations to see if they can't get your music played. So this is another one of those moments where you need to determine, are you at the level is it in your budget to hire someone who can promote your music to radio? Blair has decided that it is in his budget. It's part of his plan. It's important to the success of his product to get someone to promote his latest single to radio stations. Did you want to talk about that any?
Well, and going back to the whole, can you afford a publicist? I think if you're, and this is genre dependent obviously, but I think if you're just doing singles, then you can put more money behind the one single as opposed to a full album. At least, you may record 6 tracks, but you don't need to release them all at one time. You don't need the actual physical product. You can probably just do 2 or 3 singles before you actually drop the album,
Yep.
So that's kind of where I'm at with that. And we just happened to latch on to a good radio tracker at CCMAs this year.
So
on the track, he liked it.
So tell me, what is the radio tracker going to do for you? Like, who are they targeting?
Well, it's country radio for me. Like the Christmas single is more or less a way to introduce me to Canadian country radio. And then I'm thinking of doing a lead-up song. Like, that's probably not as strong as my strongest single.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to lead off with that one, see how it goes. And then that many more people at radio know me. Then we'll drop the single that's probably got the most potential.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at now. It's not all.
And you're working with a publicist as well?
Not yet, no.
Okay.
No, but I'm thinking that'll be important. And if I'm just doing singles, I'm thinking I can't afford it, right?
So that's an interesting strategy, right? He's hired on a radio promotions expert to first gain traction with his marketing tool, which is the single. And from there, once you've generated buzz, then you're going to hire a publicist to help manage all the buzz and arrange those interviews with all the different media outlets that are trying to, get you on the phone or for an interview or what have you, right?
Yeah, and hopefully, like with the first single, or the lead-up single, whatever, hoping to book a radio tour.
Yeah.
And when I show up, hopefully I'll play the strongest single live in radio.
Right. Yeah, so the radio tour is interesting too. It's something that Jason Benoit, another Newfoundland artist located on the West Coast, has done. Yeah. His label got him. They have a radio tracker, and they created this whole radio tour. He wasn't playing live in clubs or arenas or anything like that. He was going from city to city to set up in the radio stations and perform live in studio and have it broadcast on the air.
Can I ask a question? That's awesome, by the way. And is that the kind of thing people, I guess people who are the jurors of the applications for grants are looking for? Like, they want to see, like, you just made it really clear for me what you want to do and what you're going to do and how you're going to do it. And it was really, this industry, there's so many different ways to do things. There's no set plan or road.
Yeah.
So that was really cool just to see how you plan on doing it. I don't know exactly why or why other things didn't work, but I just really loved that you had an idea. And so is that, bringing it back to the grant,
Yeah.
is that what they're looking for? They just want to know you've clearly thought about this, you have a plan,
Yeah.
and this is what works for you. And if I can ask you a vague question, any advice as to know, and maybe you could help too, Blair, because I'm still in the process of deciding those things. So how do you know what is best for you? Like what
Right.
is, I mean, a lot would go into that, but any advice you have for us deciding that? Like, oh, is radio a good way for me to go, or should I be playing in the live bars, or
Can
anything
I
like
ask a
that?
question to that, Blair?
Yeah.
Was that a strategy that you devised, or was that a strategy the person you hired devised?
Just talking to a lot of different
Yeah.
people, right? You know, and I think it depends. I think it depends again on what genre you're doing. Like, I got a friend of mine who's just hired a radio tracker, and they're a folk duo, and they folk radio still wants the album. They want the whole album. Whereas country, they don't want to see a record, a physical record. They just want the single email.
Mhm.
So I really think it really depends on what genre you're in, you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so to answer your question about how it relates, like what do you want to put on the grant, it's like writing a paper. You want to have an argument, and you want to give supporting evidence. What, you know what I mean? You want to be able to justify your actions somehow. So
Like you just did.
exactly. So what he's saying is, for his genre, this is what works best. And he's, Blair's not only country, Blair's doing pop country. Wouldn't you say? Like, your stuff is mainstream pop country. It's for the masses. So in that regard, hiring someone who can help you get it in front of all of those people super fast is a good, investment. You're going to get a good return on your investment there. If you're doing the indie folk thing, and you know that your market is likely not mainstream radio, then why would you get a radio tracker? Do you know what I mean? So to answer your question, if that's your thing, if your genre is by nature very niche like that, and you say, I want to get a radio tracker, blah, 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 here are the stations, and they're super out of whack, then a juror is going to be like, okay, this is an ideal plan. This is like a formula plan. It has nothing to do with what is best for the artist. You know what I mean? So again, how do you know what to do? It's going back to that one of those first slides, knowing your destination and knowing your product and knowing your market, who is buying your product, and then being able to, realistically take a look. Well, it will kind of tell you, like, if you're going after a mainstream market, then you're going to want to follow, a mass media plan. If you're more on the indie level, no matter the genre, if it's indie rap, indie punk, indie pop, indie folk, whatever, then you're looking after, niche magazines, niche lifestyle blogs, all that kind of stuff, right? And you also wanted to take a look at your own profile. How many followers do you have on Facebook? Is it over 1,000? Is it under 500? That might give you a marker of success, if you want to call it that, or reach. Have you played beyond the city that you're currently in? That's another thing, like, it'll tell you what your level of experience is and where you should be reaching. Again, it's that idea of always looking to step up on the ladder and not skyrocket to the top of the ladder. Because I'll tell you, the Justin Bieber story, the whole YouTube sensation hit, that's 1 in a billion. Maybe even smaller odds.
And there's probably more to it.
Oh, there's way more to it.
People are bitching for sure.
But let's keep that story in mind later on, because that's going to come in handy, that whole narrative, the whole finding an angle to the media. Yeah.
What if your product is a variety? Like, I remember in the workshop you did at the awards.
Yeah.
You mentioned the ones had like one song on their album that was kind of like different than the rest, and I find like that happens with me a lot. Like, I could be singing like a pop acoustic song one time, and then I'm doing like a folk thing.
Yeah.
So it's like.
Well, I think in that instance, then you might want to adopt the singles model, because this way you're marketing something very specific. Bruno Mars is like, every song he puts out is completely different, in my opinion. Somehow he still has captured that mainstream mass audience. That's likely because he's got, you know, the money and resources of a label behind him. Let's be honest there. But if we're going to go from a, you know, an indie artist perspective, I almost wouldn't recommend that all of your stuff is different because it'll just make it difficult for you. But if you're finding it is, then maybe you don't want to put out full albums either. Maybe you want to do a series of EPs and then market very specifically to the channels that genre kind of dictates.
Well, you've heard my stuff. Like, there's that line that I always come back to. Like, you know, it's just like, I'm not like poppy enough to be like Rihanna or somebody, but I'm not folky enough to be Fergus O'Byrne.
So then maybe what you need to do is you need to determine, you need to lay it all out and find the pattern. What is the common denominator? What is the glue that binds it all together? It's still Kelly Loader, right? So what is Kelly Loader? It could be, you know, we're all people. We all have, you know, a multifaceted identity. I like cooking. I like swimming. I don't like golf. I don't like golf. But, you know, I also like a combination of musics. I like folk. I grew up on punk. Series of concerts. I went to the Cranberries.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, and then I went to Face Hard Rock Punk. That was what happened when I was 12. And it still happens now. I like country. I like, you know, I like some rap. I like classical every once in a while. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we have different tastes. So it's reasonable to assume that you're not just going to be Nickelback and put out the same song over and over and over again. Sorry, little dig there.
That's how they remind us.
I like it. Because they want to be a rock star? So I think that, yeah, you need to find that angle. You need to find the way that it...
Says it all in their
Seems like you find a gimmick. Like, I was thinking, oh, fortunate one's fortunate, police fudge. That's so easy. For me, it's not.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? But there's something in there.
There's something in there. I think we should get back to the narrative part a little later because I do want to get through the rest of the components of the plan.
Michelle, if I could just speak to one thing, because I think it's a good time to interject.
Yeah.
We're talking about what your budget, you know, what's in your budget for marketing promotion, that sort of thing. And I think, you know, when you're coming up with that sort of plan, Blair's got a great idea. He's focused, he's realistic.
Yeah.
And that's, to answer partly Melanie's question, that's what we want to see.
Yeah.
We want to see, like you say, you want to step to the next rung on the ladder.
That's right.
You don't want to go to the top of the ladder. So we want to look at something and say, hey, if you give me this money, this is what I'm going to do with it, and I'm going to achieve something realistic, and I know how I'm going to measure that. I know what I want to do and how I want to do it. Just because there's a spot for television advertising doesn't mean
that's right.
that you should say, well, I need $2,000 for television
But you're applying for the
advertising.
$2,500, for example. It depends on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it depends on what your intent is for this level of, what you're going to do right now. What do you want?
Oh yeah, and jurors see right through that. Like, I'll give you a brief example. I am a factor juror quite regularly, and I was jurying a demo grant. I don't even remember the guy's name, so I couldn't tell you even if I wanted to. You won't know. Anyways, in his marketing plan, he was applying for a demo grant, and he had listed his target markets as Canada, the US, the UK, Europe, Australia. Whoa! But he didn't include any performance history. I don't think this guy ever played outside of his own city. So how can you reasonably say that your target markets are the world minus Africa and Russia? Like, you know what I mean? Like, that doesn't make sense. It's not realistic. It's perfectly okay to say that my target market right now is Newfoundland. I want to conquer Newfoundland. I want to conquer Eastern Canada. Or maybe, for the particular plan, I want to conquer Ontario. That's a big one for me. I want to go to Ontario, and that's my target market right now. That's okay. It's realistic. It makes sense, Just like maybe a radio tracker isn't right for everyone else in the room. A publicist could be part of the picture at some point, but these components are all optional. On the same topic, management is also not right for everyone. I say this a lot of the times, not to put myself out of work, but I would almost say a booking agent would be more useful to start out with. because that's the person who's going to lobby for you to get gigs. Do you know what I mean? And then that frees you up to work on all the other stuff that you have to do, including the creative. So again, there's no recipe. You can make a meal a number of different ways, right? Okay, so I've got a little note here. This is in your plan, and we'll see this later on. What you want to include is, if you're not hiring a radio promotions expert, that's fine. You probably do want to still address how, if radio is part of your plan, how you're going to get your music to radio. So you want to list the target radio stations for your genre, for your music. Any station contacts that you might know. You might want to say, here's what I've done in the past. We were successful on the last album to get interviews with blah or airplay on X station in X city town. And it's not a bad idea to say which songs that you plan to service, if that's part of your thing, and why. It's all about justifying your plan. Yeah. Okay, so moving on.
Can I just say that was really helpful?
Oh, good.
Thank you so much.
See, that's the power of sharing, though, right? Is like.
I already kind of know now.
Yeah, that's good. What time is it, by the way?
It's
2:30. Okay. All right. Good. Okay. So we've done radio, advertising. This is another one. So advertising is a marketing channel because it's a means to get your singles or your videos out. You can advertise, or your shows out. You might want to create, like, look, this guy's got just a very simple ad saying available now on iTunes. The whole point of that was to draw people on iTunes. I pulled both of these ads from the exclaim.ca site. And they're both the same size, but they have a multitude of different banners and ads you can get. So the question is purchasing ad space necessary for your plan? It might not be. You might be able to get away with the free stuff, which is social media. We'll talk about that in a second. So if it is, where are you purchasing ad space? What are the target outlets that you've deemed your consumer base taps into? What is your budget? Because this can get out of hand really fast. I had a client once say that they wanted to buy a billboard. It was their first album, and I thought, interesting. Go big or go home. Yes, but is the billboard the billboard is so like it's situated in one place, and only that group of people who drive past that billboard are going to see it, and maybe of those people who drive past there, how many people are actually in your target demographic? Do you know what I mean? So this person, Grimes, decided that Exclaim was where his target market lives and breathes online. Your ad specifications. So if you are including advertising in your marketing plan, these are some of the pieces of information you want to let jurors know. What are the ad specifications? This works towards having done your homework. You want to say with certainty that I only need a quarter page because that's all I could afford. A quarter page is X by X. It's going to be a black and white ad if it's print, or maybe color if it's digital. And what is the ad going to say? This one's very simple. All it has is available now on iTunes. They're relying on people to go onto iTunes and search up the band name. This one has a bunch more information. It's saying dates. Here, Canadian Music Week is happening May 4th to 14th, 2016. Here's some website information. Come find us here. Here's even a Sonic Bids thing. Enter your band now. So there's a range of information that you may or may want to include. In your grant application, if you already have the ad created, I would include it. You want to paint the picture for the juror, the person who's looking at it. Here's what I want to include. It has my brand all over it. This is going to be helpful because. Does anyone have any advertising experience? Has anyone kind of fooled around with Facebook advertising a little bit? And does anyone want to speak to the success that they've had? How did you run your campaign? How did you choose?
With Waterfront, like we've done stuff. Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah. So with Waterfront, we've done Facebook, like advertising just a profile itself. to get like more people to like the band page.
Yep.
And then from there we've done album advertisement and stuff like that. And I've done something similar with my acoustic duo for Quote the Raven, doing like trying to get more likes and more I don't even know the word I'm looking for now. More traffic to our Facebook, our media, and stuff like that. And it actually works pretty well.
Well, I was going to say, I'm glad you spoke up, because Waterfront Fire, if you don't have them on Facebook, they are doing a really great job with their graphics. You guys, I don't know who does it, but like your photos are always sharp. Somebody you know has a real handle on Photoshop.
Friends
Yeah.
In graphic design, a couple of good friends actually.
Mm-hmm.
And,
so are you paying them for that work?
Yeah, we are. It depends, because we've got a couple different things. Like we know a couple art students.
Yeah.
Those guys are excellent to reach out for.
Ding 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 ding.
Big hint. Those guys look for stuff for their portfolios, so when they graduate, they have something awesome to show people when they're trying to get a job. So that's one way to go about it. I also have like a really good friend I went to high school with, who I'm gonna name plug, Aaron Bishop.
Yeah.
He helped design our website and stuff. He's great with working with people, like really quick to get stuff fixed and stuff like that.
Sweet.
And we paid him because it was more professional side of stuff.
Yeah. So you guys have so far you've invested in someone to do your website, but more targeted toward the advertising. You've had someone create actual like graphics that you specifically for like a Facebook campaign, ad campaign, right?
Yeah.
And so have you tapped into Facebook's analytics on the back end?
Yeah, we like I keep a close eye on like how our likes go up and down and the traffic based on all that stuff. And you can, for Facebook purposes, you can pay like $20 for an entire month, and that could warrant like a couple hundred people checking out your stuff that you would never have access to. Yeah, I've done it a couple times.
I paid $14 and you get an extra literally could make 500 to 1,000 people see the gig poster.
You gotta be careful about that stuff though, because it's also like there is fake things that do that too. Like you can go on YouTube, you can get 20,000 subscribers, and they're all random
you have to know
made accounts and stuff like that.
Well, and they're like bots.
You can check to see if it's really working.
But that stuff doesn't work. Like the thing is like people see through that kind of facade. Like if you got 5,000 people on Facebook overnight, you're like,
you'd know.
Not gonna happen.
You know what I mean?
But on the advertising front, so Facebook is great because you can set your budgets. You can also determine what geographic markets you're targeting. So of course, if you're doing a tour in Ontario and you're hitting up 12 different cities or towns, you probably want to direct Facebook to send out the ad to those different geographic regions. You can also set demographics, right? Age group, that kind of thing. I think you can specify different likes, like areas and all that kind of stuff. So it's a really handy tool. It's also very accessible for an artist at any level, which is the main thing. So you may get to a point where you want to also invest in an Exclaim ad, which is like a nationally distributed magazine that people, even if they're not in Toronto, read and that kind of thing. So that might be part of your plan at some point. Maybe there's one that's specific to country music or to, pop music or what have you. But just to say that there's options out there at any price point. I think there's also some like Google Ads, their structure is, and I think it might work the same with other advertisings. I haven't done it a whole lot, to be perfectly honest. So I'm not exactly sure. It would take some research. But there's some that you only pay if people actually click on your ad. So it actually costs you nothing. People could see the ad, and if you're smart with the information that you put on it, they don't need to click the ad. Do you know what I mean? So it's about being creative and determining your budget so it makes sense for, again, the level of artist that you're at.
It's a good idea too, especially if you're not hiring a professional. Thank you. To Facebook, sometimes they do change their guidelines too of what they will accept and won't accept.
Yeah.
I've made a poster and then had to redo the whole thing.
Oh.
So, but not a big deal at all. But just double check them. Just they can only allow, I think it's only 20% text. Yeah, and so it's just great to know beforehand because it saves you some time.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So there's digital ads, there's print ads. The print ads and all. By the way, if you're interested in if you're researching advertising, what you want to look for is the rate card. So like Exclaims, I'm just using Exclaims because I've looked into it and I have the rate card. They have different rate cards for printed ads and for online ads. And the rate card is basically if you were to choose this quarter page box or this particular banner, how much is it going to cost? And they'll also give you the breakdown of, on average, how many people are going to see that ad, print versus digital. So this is these are tools for you to use in determining whether or not it's the right avenue for your marketing plan. I'm feeling like, are we getting a little tired at all? Because I've got a bit more. I'd like to finish up the presentation before we take a little quick break and then actually see an example. So if you don't mind, I think I'm going to skip ahead to social media, which is one that absolutely all of you will use. It's free. It's important. It's the one way that artists, aside from being on stage and getting in front of people, are able to actually engage with their fan base. And it's really, really important. And there's a couple of tips and tricks there. I'm going to speak mostly from the grant writing perspective. Here are the things that you want to include when it comes to social media. You want to include your current stats. How many people are liking your page right now or following you on Facebook or what have you? The reason is this sets a baseline. It's measurable data because, again, in knowing your destination, maybe one of your goals is to increase your Facebook following by X%. To give you an example, we can say definitively that since the Once went on tour with Passenger, their Facebook following increased by 426%. These are the sorts of stats that are impressive when you're talking to industry folk. It's nice to know. It's knowing your business numbers, right? So these are things that you should have a baseline for. Take note. Before I went on this Atlantic Canadian tour, my Facebook likes were X. Afterward, it ballooned by 1,000. That's important information to know because it means your social media strategy is working and you want to keep up doing what you're doing, or maybe it's not working. Maybe you've been spending all this time promoting your stuff on social media and no one's liking your page. In which case you'll have to restructure a little bit and determine what is the issue. Are you putting stuff out that's offending people? Or is it just not interesting to people? Or is it too frequent that people are just like, they don't like it anymore? One thing that was told to me, or I read somewhere, I can't remember, I thought it was really interesting. It said, if you're going to spend 30 minutes a day on social media, let 20 of those minutes be on someone else's page, on other people's pages, engaging with what they're doing. So in other words, don't just use your band page to say, hey, look at me, I've got another show. Hey, look at me, I've got a single out. Check out this video that I've just done. Those are important things, but that's kind of missing the point. You're using it as your own little platform to advertise yourself. And it's a good tool for that, but Facebook social media is about being social, right? You have a hand in connecting with people. So connect with them somehow. If someone puts up an article, engage with them. Don't just like it, comment on it. Hey, this is really cool. Maybe you'll find a way to relate it back to your page. You know, maybe a friend's band from Halifax is just put something up and you can say something like, hey, that's really neat. Thanks for sharing. This will come in handy when I'm touring, which we plan to do, blah, blah, blah. Do you know what I mean? So in your grant, you want to tell us, explain how you're going to be using social media to grow your fan base. What has been working for you? What kind of posts are you going to be making? Do you intend to do like a photo campaign in which you release periodically photos of you actually recording the album, you know, and keep people engaged that way? And be clear with what your expectations and goals are and how you're planning on measuring those goals. Excuse me. Social media too is a huge field. Like, I mean, there's Facebook, there's Twitter, there's Instagram, there's Snapchat, there's YouTube, Sonic Bids, SoundCloud, you name it, Pinterest, whatever. There's so many different avenues in the world of social media. Again, doing all of them is kind of impossible unless you are, rigging it up so if you post to one, it posts to all. But again, it's using it to your advantage and knowing where your consumer base is hanging out. Maybe Pinterest isn't one that you want to be a part of. Maybe it is. Maybe Virginia Fudge wants to be on Pinterest and put her album cover up with her recipes all the time. Like, I don't know.
I have to start baking.
Yes.
But there's like, maybe this is a comment, there's like advertising firms that you could like contract your social media out to, right?
Absolutely.
That stuff. Not to say I just know that because my girlfriend's currently doing an assignment based on cool strategies. And
Cool. Yeah, there's definitely people who will manage your social media for you. The way we have it structured with Kilbride and the Once, for instance, I don't like doing their social media. I mean, I will if I need to, but they like to do it because it gives their own voice to their messages. And usually it's pretty clear when it's Bob who chimes in and says something. Like, you guys don't get to see it, but I can tell right away, and then I verify, I'm like, yes, Bob wrote that post. Or Geraldine, that sounds like Geraldine. Do you know what I mean? Contracting it out is great, but you also, that's maybe one area that even if you move and you get a publicist and a radio tracker and a manager and an artist and blah, blah, blah.
But I think it's a service as well. Like, you could go to like a web page so you can manage that yourself and post all at the same time.
That's what you mean.
Is a web service for like an individual even, or like a company, you know what I mean, who doesn't want to outsource that product of theirs, right?
Yeah. Cool. Right. I want to talk about in social media marketing. Social media, I almost mean digital media too. Your presence online. Your website is something that for me is, again, wearing that industry professional hat, is I think very important. We're seeing people kind of move away from the website and just do Facebook, Twitter. And while that's all well and good, I don't want to run around on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, SoundCloud, Sonic Bids, Bandcamp, just to get a picture of who the band is. As an industry professional, like I got lots of stuff to do. You know what I mean? That's not to be rude, but just make it easy for me. Put it all in one place. And that is a medium for artists too, because you can actually, it's a place where you can collect all of your different marketing tools. Right then and there, you have your photos, you have your music, you have your videos, you have posters. You might put your stage plot up. I always use Matthew Burns' example because I think his website is very practical. It's very functional. He has everything a presenter would want or need directly on his website. He has a sample poster there, so all the person needs to do is get them printed and stick a label on over top. That's great. That's awesome. It helps that he's a graphic designer and himself, he can just whip something up like that. But those are tools that he doesn't have to worry about. And if ever he's on the road and somebody calls and says, I need a poster, it's like it's all right there on the website. He's got his touring information. It's essentially a proper EPK. He's got press photos that he has deemed, this is what I want to go out. If someone's going to do an article on me and they need a photo, this is the one that I want them to use. Not have the journalist Google search. This happened recently. Someone, rather than asking us, this presenter Googled the Once and found a picture from like 6 years ago that was no longer in our current repertoire. They don't even look the same. Phil's got this big beard and it just didn't work. And it was not the biggest deal in the world, but it is a part of your brand, right? So you want to be consistent in your brand. You tell them, this is the stuff that I want you to use. Let's make it easy. Let's put it all in the one place. So it's definitely an important marketing channel.
Nice question.
Yeah.
In terms of electronic press kit, thank you. Which website would you, any ones in particular that you'd recommend?
The ones that I think we had this question actually. The one that I see most often come up on applications of sorts, like whether it's a showcase application or a grant application, I usually get Sonic Bids or SoundCloud.
Yeah.
SoundCloud is not even an EPK, it's just a music streaming site, but they do want to see that because they don't want to download an album and have it stored on their computer. They just want to quickly listen.
So you would include in a grant application the website and electronic press kit?
No, I would just
Not
do the
necessarily.
website if your
If it's
website has all those things.
thorough.
And a lot of the times, like, they'll ask for things separately anyways. Like, the grant application is a bit different than, let's say, a showcase application that you would submit for a conference showcase or anything like that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they're kind of different. It's hard to really say that. I think you should have the real answer is you should have things separately on your computer so you can send them at a whim. I keep everything on Dropbox so I can quickly send a link, or I can actually share the folder, which I don't normally do, or I can just affix it to an email, right? But you should have a website at some point that even just has those things, even if it's static and it changes with the release of a new album. You know what I mean?
As long as your bases are covered. Like
Yeah.
They get all the information.
Yeah.
I actually like to use the Dropbox shared folder because then, like, if I have to send it to someone, say I'm looking for someone to listen to it and review
Yeah.
it, I'll always send them the Dropbox folder shared and passworded. We'll give them the password because then they get to listen to the WAV files and not the shitty MP3.
Well, the problem with sharing a folder is that someone can take something out of the
Take it.
folder.
Yeah.
That's what I don't like. If you give them the link, they can still download everything. It's just maybe a little bit annoying for them, but
Like my producer and I are using Dropbox, it's great.
Google
Like,
Drive
that's-
is good.
yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways, but for me, like, I have a media link, like a media kit link that I send out for the once, and I don't want anyone taking things out of it because then it's not there for the next person. And if they don't understand, like, we can't assume that everyone knows how to properly use Dropbox because some of these presenters are older, just gonna say, or maybe they just aren't familiar with the app. Because I can't have them messing with my stuff. That makes more work for me.
So what do you recommend that we use
For what?
for sharing your music and?
Well, I think SoundCloud is important because it's up there. You know, I've had applications actually say, like, in the MusicNL is one. They want your SoundCloud link, so you can create a playlist on here are the songs that I want you to hear.
Format is annoying though, that your most recent thing that you put up is what appears first. And you
Yeah,
can
it
make
is
your
bad. I hate that
playlist
too. That's
list,
why I don't
but
like
then
music.
that's not where you go
Yeah.
immediately. It bothers me. That's where my stuff is right now.
Yeah.
But I feel like when people go there, they must be annoyed.
Yeah.
We ended up getting ours up there in the, like, not in the album, in the way that it is plays through on the album, like, just without realizing they couldn't.
It has to be the most recent. You can't change
I know.
it yet.
It was terrible.
I put one up. It goes 10 to 1 instead of 1 to 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
It's weird.
it's pretty annoying.
Is your SoundCloud like public?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
cause if I wanna send someone music, like I always don't wanna send them like, I wanna send them rough stuff too, right? Like, this is what I'm working on now.
You don't want anyone else to hear it, yeah.
I have-
I don't care, I've everything.
I have unreleased
So, you know,
tracks
you
from
don't
the
have-
album, like
yeah.
things that are on there. I guess we could delete them, but somehow they ended up at the top. So
'Cause it's
you gotta
the
listen
most
to the two
recent.
songs that weren't even on my album
Yeah.
before you get to the ones that are, and obviously those would
Yeah.
be like B songs. I caught them,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
and they ended up in front, and it's just that's why I was like,
Yeah.
I'm not using that anymore. It's awful.
So
I
find
th-
what works best for you.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, definitely find what works best for you, but you'll notice too once you start applying for these things what people are asking for and what are they using. It might be one of those survey questions you put in your little, like, I have a little book or a mental list of questions that I survey different industry professionals with. One of them has always been, what is a productivity app or tool that you use to make your day work better? Because I'm always looking for one. Like, how do I organize myself better? So that's a question that, and maybe this is one for you. How do you prefer to share music? Bandcamp, I don't see a whole lot of people using Bandcamp anymore. Sonic Bids, I think, is still up and running.
What about Marcato? Have you ever heard of that?
I use it all the time. That's what we use. Marcato is great because it's software that's specifically designed to manage a musician. It was actually created by someone on the East Coast too, I think.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
They're an East Coast company. That's what
And
we
they are.
use.
Yeah.
The ECMAs and MusicNL use for
Yeah.
our awards.
Yeah. And so, yeah, ECMA, it works well for us because, like from an artist management point of view, when I use the calendar, I have it up all the time in my Chrome window. I can quickly add a booking. I can add an interview. It has all the fields you'd need. So a booking, for instance, you would say location. You would assign it to a calendar. I have multiple calendars in there for the the Dardanelles, Bob, whatever. And they color code them all. You put in your load-in time, sound check time, set time, how much you're getting paid. They even have it set out so you can either put in a guarantee or you can put in a guarantee versus the door. And the beauty is what it does is it will generate an Excel sheet if you tell it to. You have an option of going in and saying, I want to see all my bookings between January 1st, 2014 and December 31st, 2014.
And this is Google Calendar?
No, this is Mercado.
Oh, Mercado, I'm
yeah.
sorry.
And then it'll take all the aggregated data and create an Excel spreadsheet that I can actually then download and then filter however I want it. Maybe I don't need to know, I don't know. They have information on there like the rider. Our rider is pretty standard. I don't need to know that. There's a bunch of fields that I just delete right off the hop, but I keep the things like, location, date, venue, contact person, what the deal was, how much they got paid, the deposit, whatever, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's a pretty nominal monthly fee. I think it's $10 an artist. So for you guys, it would be $10 a month.
I'm sorry, does it show how many times your song has been listened to?
Nope.
So how important is that if you're sending out SoundCloud? It's like if you have great songs and 4 people listen to them, well, I guess
Or what
maybe you
if-
need to change your definition of great, but like, you know what I mean? Like, is that in and of itself important when someone views your music via SoundCloud? They can see how much it's listened to. And then if on Mercado, you can't.
Well, Mercado is more of a self-managing software. Okay. Like it's for your own use. It comes in handy for me as a grant writer because like I work with Dave Gunning as well. So Shelley Nordstrom, his manager, she's added me to Dave's calendar account so I can quickly flip back and forth and see his stuff and then flip back to Kilbride Music's blah, blah, blah. So that's more of a management tool.
Right.
You're not going to send a Mercado so much. You're not going to have any like other industry engagement with that or fan engagement.
Okay.
Yeah, it's more just like a productivity tool.
But you can send your music.
No,
Oh,
not
okay.
through that.
I was confused.
No,
Okay.
I can show you later on if you want. To answer your question though, how important is it that people see?
Number of views, yeah.
Well, I think it can work in your favor
Yeah.
if they're high numbers of views.
Yeah.
Like for instance, we just secured sponsorship for the ones with Breedlove Instruments. And what I did when I sent in the application is I included their YouTube video links with the videos they did with Passenger. And I included the count for them right away. I said, this video has over 2 million views. So that worked on, like they got back to us right away. That within like an hour, they were like, we'd love to work with you. Of course you would, because I put the proper information first and foremost on the application. If I had led with what they thought was a really great song and video, but it only had 500 views, that might not have been as impressive.
But
And
for a grant application, like if you just say I switched to SoundCloud just to use for the application,
Yeah.
I did it 2 weeks before the
Yeah.
deadline. Are the jurors judging you for that? Probably not as much as in your situation.
I think that the jurors are likely, like this is why you want to spell it out for them. So in that case,
Make
if
it clear that you just did it.
yeah, like I'll show you an example of Facebook later on. I'm sorry, of the grant later on. But when I include the links on my grant applications, like www.facebook.com/mybandname, I also in brackets include how many followers I currently have, because that sort of information is really important to know right off the hop. You don't want them to have to make the move and, go to a different internet browser, type in your thing, blah, 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 and just to find that information, they already have it right there. Do you know what I mean?
I couldn't find the app for Mercado on my phone. Like I found it like on my computer.
Yeah, it's just a web-based thing. There's no app for it.
So you can't do anything from your phone or.
You can, but you have to do it through your internet. Your internet window, as far as I know. Yeah, that's what I do. Okay, so I'm guessing it's about 3. Oh, do we have an internet question?
No, but I just wanted to make a point about people concerned about sharing stuff on SoundCloud and
Yeah.
not being able to delete the properties, kind of thing. You can also use YouTube for that and just put a picture instead of a video and just upload your track that way. And you could keep it unlisted, and that way you can just email out that link to people and then delete it afterwards if you're not using it.
Ah, that's a great suggestion.
And all of these things people can still download an add-on that will let them download a song from any of these streaming sites anyway. So, I mean, you kind of have to accept that fact, I guess, right?
Yeah.
You get a sweet ad revenue off of YouTube.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so we've covered social media. I just want to touch briefly on a couple of other different marketing channels that may or may not be relevant for you at this stage, but just know that they are out there. You can use retail and street team initiatives. Retail, for instance, is when you partner with like a retailer to essentially run a special campaign where your product is featured. So, for instance, we did an HMV campaign where it was a form of advertisement. You pay to have your product featured prominently in the store. So, you know, new customers are drawn to it and go, ooh, cool, the Once Departures, what's this all about, right? But you don't have to necessarily do that. Like Fred's, for instance, will do an in-store with a lot of people. Like it's just a free concert. They'll have a day where you go and you perform. That's a retail campaign as well. So if you're doing a CD release and, you know, maybe you're headed on the road and you're ending the tour in St. John's, but you want to do a little buzz to get the word out that you're going on tour, maybe call up Fred's and say, hey, I'd love to do an in-store. And they'll set it up. You could do that with other retailers. Maybe it's not a music store. Maybe it's some other sort of lifestyle crossover, you know, area that your consumer base can relate to. Do you know what I mean? That one it's not something you see super often in marketing plans, but it's definitely an initiative that you might want to consider. It's about being creative, finding other means to reach people. So retail is one of those ways. Street teams is another. Basically, it's taking your brand to the street, having people generate buzz and raise awareness on your behalf. They'll do things like handbills, little small posters about where you're playing in that particular city. They might poster for you. There's a lot of different street team companies that you can hire, and they'll do that for you. They'll take care of hiring the staff. All you have to do is supply them with, actually I think some of them might even create the stuff with you if you need it. Again, evaluating whether or not that's in your budget. Maybe a street team for you means, hey, I've got a couple of university friends that I know in Moncton. Maybe they wouldn't mind if I gave them the graphic and paid for the printing, if they wouldn't mind going a poster for me. So that's again, something you put in your grant application to say, hey, I've got a network of people in all the cities I plan to tour on, and they're going to help me promote the tour on the ground before I even get there, right? It's another channel to market your product. Pretty straightforward? Yeah? Okay. We talked briefly about the conference and live performance. The conferences aren't for everyone, and they mostly make sense if you have a new product to pitch, because otherwise what are you going and pitching? You're always pitching your brand, but do you really need to invest thousands to get your 5-piece band to Toronto if you don't have a showcase and you don't have anything new to peddle, right? I would encourage including which conferences you intend to take part in your marketing plan, because it shows that you're looking ahead. You've thought about how you're going to increase your network and how you're going to get in front of the presenters and the buyers that are going to book your band, in these different markets. So I think that you need to do some research on which conferences work best for you. Blair just went to the Canadian Country Music Awards and Music Week kind of thing. So that worked for you. ECMA is one that works if you have a showcase, if you want to just go and get to meet some of the players, take in the conference aspect. Maybe you'll get MusicNL stage or breakout stage with ECMA. All of these things can work. There's bigger ones, there's like North by Northeast. There's ones that are a bit more niche depending on your genre. So again, it's determining what's in your budget, what's going to make sense for you, if there's a draw for your band to go to that conference, and then to justify that in your marketing plan. But coming back to the idea that a marketing plan isn't just a component of a grant, this is something that you want to think about when you're planning your year. You're saying, okay, Waterfront Fire just put out a new album. How are we going to get in front of people? Well, they did the MusicNL week. Are you guys doing ECMA?
I think we're planning on going on tour around that time, and hopefully, like on the way back, hitting up Cape Breton.
Yeah.
It'd be cool if we got a showcase there.
Are the submissions open yet?
Submissions, I think, are done.
Really?
Yeah. They're very, and this is the other part of the exercise, right? So you say, okay, we are about to record an album. Now is the time to start thinking about some of these things. When do we intend to be done the recording? Okay, so let's say it's September. Okay, well, what are the conferences that we want to visit this year? And when are the submission dates? Put that all on your calendar. So whether or not you're actually applying for funding, this is when the marketing plan comes in handy. You create a timeline. You write in important dates. And then you can plan accordingly. So if you know that ECMA, when is their submission process? It was a while ago, hey?
Yeah.
It was like it was September, August even.
I don't remember getting any emails for it. It's weird.
Make sure you're signed up.
Oh, I wasn't here, so I don't know that we did, but,
Yeah.
I think some things did go out. I don't get all the emails either. I think we went through that one.
Yeah, I
before,
think so.
Yeah.
I never know what happens.
Which,
sorry.
well, this is why if you know that's in part of your plan, you want to like keep it on your radar. Here's an example. I know that the Once is going down to Australia in March. This is like 5 months away now, but I also know that we need money to get there. So I need to start creating a Star Maker application. That deadline is in February. I actually have the grant ready because we were hoping to get it in for the November deadline. Excuse me, you have to kind of take a look at what are the anchor investments or events that we're taking part in for the next 12, maybe 18 months. Maybe it's only the next 6 months, and that's okay too. But you should definitely plot that on a calendar, create a timeline for yourself, and make sure you don't miss those important deadlines.
And I'd also like to plug that we do provide some funding. We know,
Yeah.
we recognize that getting off the province, to go to these places is sometimes prohibitively
Yeah.
expensive. So, we do, and many of you probably know, but some of our listeners may not know that we do have professional development grants as long as you apply 2 weeks before
Yep.
the date of your showcase. Where you intend to go. We're really good about providing people money
Yeah.
to take those opportunities.
Yeah, and MusicNL is one of the more flexible ones because they have these rolling deadlines. Factor's a bit the same, but of course it's a harder nut to crack, on the front end. But let's just say, so you need to submit your professional development grant 2 weeks before you head out to the event. That means you need to allow time to create to produce the grant application. I would leave at least a month. I leave sometimes more. It depends on the state of your books. What I mean by that is, do you have a current bio right now? Do you have current photos right now? Do you have a list already done up of your touring history for the past year? These are all things that you should create and file away. Keep them somewhere safe that you can then use as a template for the next time. You can just simply amend it instead of recreating the wheel all the time, right?
That's right. And if you do want to apply, and you apply it far enough in advance, we provide travel advances.
Yeah.
As long as you get in before we have a committee meeting, you know, we'll try and fund that travel even before you.
Yeah.
Just getting back to this part, thank you, this part of the application process for grants.
Yeah.
This is what I find can be challenging sometimes, just in terms of, for me, it'd be my first solo album. So, and because I don't know yet if I'll get the grant or not, I don't know some of these details yet. I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to make this album this year yet, depending on funding, right? So how do you put it in your marketing plan appropriately? Like, I have ideas, of course, of what I'd want to do, but if you don't even know yet if you can, you know, how do you approach that?
Yeah, no, I definitely see your point. And it's the idea that, okay, on the little note, the notes handout that I give you, I say realism beats idealism. In a sense, you are creating an ideal plan. It has to be realistic. So let's just say where you don't know all of this information yet, you do have to sort of pretend like the ball is rolling and it's gonna stop rolling at a certain point. So you wanna, you know what I mean? Like you wanna sort of.
I don't want to seem like I haven't thought about touring.
Exactly, because that's another big, like, as a juror, I want to know that you've thought this through. You have a plan. So if all of your ducks end up in a row, this is what the end result is going to look like.
Okay.
Right? So it's okay, plans change all the time, and most funding agencies have like leeway. For example, MusicNL's is you have 12 months to finish your project once you've been funded. Right? Am I right in thinking that once you get approved, like if you get notice in January that you're approved for the December 4th deadline, then you have until January 2017 to release it.
Or to have it like done.
Well, to release it. They want a copy in hand.
That's right.
Factor is pretty much the same. Factor, you know, they don't have a major compliance issue. There are times that we have known the band is planning on recording an album, but not all of their songs are written. It's okay if you make up a couple of titles, because the point is they want to know that you have 10 songs that are going to end up on that record, and that is your intent. Whether the song title changes, that's okay. The production ideas might even change between the time you start recording the album and then what you end up with in the end.
And how do you make it not sound wishy-washy or not sound like, I really hope I can tour here? You know
You take out, I really hope.
Exactly. Like,
I
so you
will
wanna
tour.
See specifics, like
Yeah, you act as if you're gonna do it anyway.
this city.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so just approach
Well,
it. Yeah.
here's another example. When it comes time to, in your marketing plan, including what your touring plan
It
is.
needs to be realistic, maybe.
Well, it needs to be realistic, and you don't necessarily have to say, I have 12 dates at X venues in X cities, blah, 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 blah. What I've done in the past is said, our tour strategy is to revisit several of the markets we've already been to, such as this bar, this bar in these 3 cities, and expand upon our markets by trying to get, or by targeting this venue in this new market. So like, to be more specific, let's say last time we stopped in Truro, Halifax, and North Sydney. This time we're gonna make a stop in Antigonish, in addition to revisiting those 3 markets.
If you're new and you haven't toured before, do you know what I mean? So
yeah.
It could sound.
Well, then
you
you
don't want to sound like, unrealistic, but don't want to sound like I haven't thought about it.
Well, then you create a realistic plan for even a beginner artist, in which you say, realistically, I can get to as far as Moncton. Let's say maybe PEI is not feasible that time. I have 7-day window. Here are the markets that I hope to hit, and here are a couple of contacts that have been given to me that seem like a good fit, and I will be contacting them. Just be realistic and honest. Yeah.
There's a comment from one of our
Yeah.
listeners. Everglow Music wants us all to know that you can go on the ECMA website and they will sign up for their emails, and they'll let you know
Cool.
when submission deadlines are and stuff like that.
Awesome. Thank you, Everglow. Thanks for chiming in too. That's so cool. We've been talking about you.
Yeah, Everglow are awesome.
Yeah.
I've just a quick question. Where I'm in Waterfront and I'm also in this acoustic folk duo, can I use experiences from the other band in grant applications? So, for example, like we played at Baba's Lounge at PEI. So I know that it's a smaller venue that would probably be a good spot for folk duo to go there.
Yep.
A friend of mine was living there in PEI for a couple of years and knows people. And
Absolutely.
so
That's pretty much how you want to phrase it too. You say, we're venturing out for the first time with our folk duo, quote the Raven.
Yep.
You know, from my experience with Waterfront Fire, I have contacts at that venue, and they have already agreed to book us, or if that's the case, or these are, I plan on leveraging this network that I have created with Waterfront Fire to work for this other duo.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Absolutely. Like, you should absolutely be leveraging all that kind of stuff. You know, like, you see it happen all the time, right? Like, a really popular band will make it mainstream and then suddenly they've broken off into different solo acts. I mean, Alan Doyle, for instance. Alan Doyle made great success with Great Big Sea, and same with Sean McCann, and now they're able to have successful solo careers because of their profile that was built through the band, right?
So it doesn't look like a conflict of interest, because like for me, like the way I would look at it is like it's a folk duo versus an alternative rock band are two completely different markets.
Well,
they have similar, it's music, so it's the commonality between.
I think if there's actually crossover, then yes, it's not a conflict of interest.
Okay.
If you play in a death metal band and then you also have a folk duo on the side and you're targeting death metal clubs and venues, that probably wouldn't make much sense, right?
Yeah.
But as we know, a lot of these venues aren't like, especially on the East Coast, they're not necessarily genre specific, you know? They play all kinds of music. Like Mile One isn't any particular genre. Mile One is just a vessel that can hold a lot of people. So you have to be at that particular level. But they're not going to discriminate against country, against, you know, rock or pop. They're going to say, yeah, if you can pack the house, we'll take you, right? Yeah. Cool. Do we have any other questions about that sort of thing?
I want to go back to something.
Yeah.
So, I was thinking about Blair there actually, and the singles model.
Yeah.
And so if you have to have something that you're promoting in order to apply to conferences, in my mind, you always had to have your album ready, like your full, complete. Probably, you know, maybe you got funding, maybe you didn't, but your album is complete and you've been nominated for a large project. But does the singles model, let's say if you've got about 2 or 3 songs or however many ready to go, is that, can you
Absolutely.
justify applying to conferences in the same way without
Totally.
your massive all-encompassing project?
Absolutely. Like Jason Benoit, for instance, if you don't know Jason Benoit, he's in the pop country realm as well. He's from Port-au-Port, Newfoundland. And he's only done the singles model so far. He has an album ready. Right now he just finished a tour with Tim Hicks. And he also has nominations with CCMA. He went to that, he did the Discovery program as well. So again, it's the single or the album, no matter what the format, it's a tool, it's a marketing, it's the product that you're able to use to then market yourself, because ultimately you are the product, right? You're the brand, you're the product, and you want to have that brand consistent throughout. But whether it's a single or not, it's just a means of getting, generating buzz and awareness through the media and that kind of thing. Yeah, good question.
You mentioned Jason Benoit. The singles that he has released, are they on the album that's ready?
Yeah.
Okay, so
or they will be once the album comes out in the spring or whatever.
Right. That's kind of what I want to do. Like,
Yeah.
I want to, if I do get funding, for 2016, probably April onward.
Yeah.
Just kind of drop some singles, and then when January 2017 comes around,
Yep.
put out the album, tour Newfoundland before the summer, and then in the summertime, do maybe the East Coast or something.
Yeah. That's totally valid, and the nice thing about MusicNL's restructuring is that they're not saying we're only funding albums. They're saying we're funding projects and artist development. So you might have a single, and maybe you need, you just break out your budget a little differently. There's still going to be recording, engineering, manufacture, or maybe not even manufacturing if you're doing a singles. If you're doing an EP, there might be, but there's definitely going to be marketing. So your plan would probably. Your budget, would lean heavily on the marketing as opposed to the production. one thing that's important to point out is if you're going under the singles model for MusicNL specifically, you can't expect, if in your, actually you might have to help me out with this, Rebecca, but my thought is that if your marketing plan is based on just a single, then they want to see just the expenses for the cost of that single and marketing that single, and they're not going to front you the money for the entire project that's going to come out 3 years from now. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're not going to advance you that money because you have to have receipts to show where the money is being spent.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, we, you know, again, we judge the quality of the proposal on what you put into it. So,
Yeah.
and we judge the proposal on what you put into it. I'm just gonna on-ramp you there.
Just get the real with you.
So, and of course, it does have to be, you know, whatever we fund has to be completed within a year. So,
Yeah.
you know, that's really an important thing to remember. So it can't be anything that's completed 3 years
Right.
down the road.
Yeah,
When is
totally.
when is the like acceptance or decline date? Like when do you have a?
So it is my goal, because I like to be on top of these things. It's my goal for us to be looking at this in December, and certainly to have answers by early January. I can't make any guarantees because it is a committee, so it does depend on their availability and how long because it's a process,
Yeah.
right? You know, especially if you have, you know, 15, 20 applications, it's a big process to adjudicate them. And you want the jurors, you want those committee members to be taking their time at looking at your proposals, right? Because it may be that you're a name and they go, oh yeah, I know these guys, we should fund them. It may be that they don't know who you are, and that's really when you want people to be looking at what you've put down and listening to what you've given us to listen to, right? So as quickly as we can get it done is my aim. That's, you know, we'll be at
What you guys listen to are just rough tracks, right? Like,
Not necessarily.
no?
You put in the songs that you have, like I did a Factor grant application for Jason Benoit. He had the full, he had rough mixes, but everything was professionally recorded. It was basically an earlier version of what will end up on the album, because those ones were recorded, and it was in his best interest to actually submit those, because of course they're of higher quality. At the very least, you want to submit something that's fairly decent demo quality. I'll give you a hint. I haven't done a MusicNL jury in a long time, because of course I do grant write, so that would be a direct conflict of interest. I do sit on the Factor jury quite a bit. I can tell you that most of the time I spend about a half hour per application. I start by throwing on the music. If I like it, then that's how much more time I spend reading through their package. But it also, sometimes the music isn't my bag, but it's good, and their package looks great. So, you know, there's so many different factors when you're actually reviewing an application. It definitely, I would assume it takes at least half an hour per application.
Oh, God, yes.
Sometimes more.
And just as, I know we're gonna get into the grant writing tips, but just as a tip, it takes even longer if you submit individual documents.
Yeah.
We have a number of individual pieces of a funding application that you need to submit when you're looking for funding from us. But that doesn't mean we want them submitted individually. You can do that so that I can say, oh, I'm going to look at Virginia's marketing plan. But what we want to see, and I highly encourage you guys to do this, is to put it all in one document with a table of contents. That's what Michelle does, and that's what we like to see, because listen, if I'm going to print off your application, I don't want to have to click on 7 documents. I don't want them to be in different formats. I want a PDF with everything in it. It may seem like that's not, you know, it's not very cerebral, doesn't seem very important, but it really is, because I might not look at all your documents if you've got 8 of them, and, you know, and I just don't have time, right?
Well, you're thinking about human nature, right? Where the path of least resistance is the path that's most, traveled. And also, we like shiny things, shiny, pretty things. So it has to be easy, and it has to be beautiful. And not saying that the content isn't important, because the content is very important, but what's going to get us there in the first place is that it is appealing to the eye. So we'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit.
How long is too long? Or sorry, Kelly. Or should I redo with that later?
Yeah,
I'm a
I'll-
table contents kind of girl too. I can get carried away.
I think we only have a couple, I think one more slide left for the actual marketing plan one. So maybe we'll just quickly finish up here and maybe we'll take a breather and then we can have get back into the grant writing tips and I'll show you guys a couple of examples as well. So if you want to table that question, that'd be great.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay, so the telling your story, I know it's not a very exciting slide. We touched on this a little bit earlier, finding an angle to attract the media and consumers, right? So how do you make your story stand out versus everyone else's, every other band is also soliciting to these media outlets and saying, please feature me in your magazine or please review my album. The answer is you want to find an angle, something that's really unique about your band or about a member in your band, something that's going to capture their attention. Maybe it's off the beaten path. I'll give you an example. Recently, the Once played a show in Corner Brook, and they did they went and played at a palliative care unit, which was different. It was a community engagement piece, and the media loved it. Now, we didn't want to harp on that because palliative care is a pretty sensitive place to be. And the Ones really didn't feel like this was something they were doing out of the goodness of their heart. And they didn't want to impose upon a very difficult time for people. But what they ended up doing, because the media was like, oh my God, this is so juicy, like this is great, right? They said, can we talk to the Ones about their experience thereafter? So that was an example of a story that's not necessarily about your band, but you're still in the story. Do you know what I mean? This is an area, it's kind of the creative part of the marketing. This is what a PR specialist will help you with. Again, just kind of acknowledging that many of us in the room don't have it's not in our budget to necessarily hire a PR person. It might be at some point. But there's still things that you can do. Who knows yourself better than yourself? No one. Maybe you want to ask people what they know about you and that they find really interesting. There's a guy named John Ojaka is how you say his last name, Ojaka. He is a music marketing expert. He is currently offering like a couple of weeks course. It's it's a marketing course that's offered virtually online. It's like $500. I'd love to take it. I don't have the money to do it. But what he did is to promote that marketing series, he created a series of videos, like teaser videos. Here's some of my knowledge. Join me for 15, 30 minutes. I'll teach you about this kind of thing. And he put them up online for free to promote this course that was coming up. And he made them available for download. I didn't know at the time that I downloaded them that they were going to be taken down. So we are in a real great position that I actually downloaded them. I put them in a folder specifically so I could share it with you guys, because he talks about finding that narrative and how to tell your story. And I'm going to I've got them available. It's on a handout. The link is a personal Dropbox link on the handout for you, which is also available to the viewers watching from afar. I would strongly encourage you to watch the videos. They're all great. The first video is the one where he talks about formulating your story. Oh, it didn't work?
Yeah, so it looks like Dropbox is doing something weird right now.
Okay.
So just to let everybody know.
Yeah.
They will be available, but it doesn't appear that you can go and click on the link right now.
Well, and maybe what I can do is I'll share them with MusicNL, and you guys can find a way.
Yeah.
So stay posted for that, because they're very interesting and enlightening videos. And he is, just to tell you a bit about his background, he actually was a musician who tried to break in. He had like one hit, he did really well, and then nothing. And like whatever they tried, it just didn't catch on. So he ended up becoming fascinated with the world of marketing, and now this is what he focuses on so that's how he makes his living. And he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's at.
And I'm just going to answer a question from Cabbages and King.
Oh,
King's
cool.
another one online.
Hi, guys.
Hi, guys. Yeah. thanks for watching. They're asking if the applications are viewed digitally or printed for jury members. So it's a bit of a mix. It depends on how the jury members decide to go about it. We're encouraging people to look at the applications on their own time. It gives them an opportunity to take whatever amount of time that they want to take to view the applications. But we will also print off copies for our meetings. So it's a mix, right? They're viewed both digitally and in printed copies.
The nice thing about them being viewed digitally is that when creating your application, you can actually include a link, and it doesn't just look hyperlinked on a flat piece of paper. People can actually click on it and be brought directly to your website or your SoundCloud account or whatever. So I hope for your sake that everyone's looking digitally. It's nice. Do we want to take a quick 5-minute breather and get some air in here? If that's okay?
Yeah.
And hopefully Everglow and Cabbages and Kings and all these other people will stay with us.
Yeah, stay tuned,
We'll
guys.
talk
We'll
about
be
grant
back
writing.
in about 5.
I need some more
Give me some O.
Oh.
Look at some O.
Oh my. Do I need to turn this off?
Very helpful. Very helpful.
I'm so glad you guys came. This is great.
So he was like,
I hear you.
go to this.
Before we
and
go
she'll
live,
really know
give
what she's
Oh,
doing.
that's
people don't
sweet.
know that.
That's awesome. So he's producing this for me.
So you can use the men's, and there's also a washroom on the other end of the boardroom there.
Nice.
Yeah.
Sweet. We're good? Okay. Cool. Well, thanks for sticking around. I needed the little break. I was getting warm. I should have taken my boots off. It's so warm, yeah. And thanks to those at home sticking around too. Okay, so I wanted to touch on grant writing in general because the marketing plan is, of course, a component of the grant, right? It's an important plan in itself for you to have, as we kind of touched on, but it is the whole grant as a package is really what people are evaluating. So here's a couple of tips and tricks, shall I say, for grant writing. So, and I also included some of these on the handout, which is of course available for people watching from home as well. So the first thing is consistent formatting and photos in white space. This is important because we're humans and we are attracted to the shiny, beautiful things. You want things to be consistent. You want things to be easy to read, which is why the formatting comes in handy. For instance, I always make it so, well, I do as best as I can so things stay to the one page. Like in this case, on the handout, just for an instance, the how to begin section had to start on page 1, but I made sure I didn't cut off on that first point. I kept the first point, all the bullets together on the one page. It's silly little things, but even adjusting your spacing so it's visually pleasing, it just helps the reader move through your application and stay interested. You'll also notice there was a lot of white space. That's because if this was all words from start to finish, I would totally zone out. Totally zone out. So and also that's also why I included an image, because when after I put all the information, the handout is just an example for now to illustrate, and we're actually going to go through a plan here in a second. But when I stepped back after I had all my information in place, I thought, that is boring, so boring. So what I did was I included a graphic, takes up some space. It breaks up your the page, and it allows you to stay focused on the information. Also, the resource section, I threw a box around it. How simple is that? It highlights it, it breaks it away from the rest of the text. A really simple formatting trick. And so basically, and then of course I was consistent in bolding and putting all caps, all my headings, and then my subheadings were bold, but not all caps. That kind of thing. So believe it or not, it's important. So let's just say you have your table of contents and you have, actually, you know what? I'm going to save that for a little bit. Let's just quickly go through these. Be concise, and I'll elaborate on these as we go through the plan. So be concise. These people literally have 15 to 30 minutes to look at your package. So don't ramble on about any one particular point. Give us the information, the who, what, when, where, why of each little section. And you might finish the who, what, where, and where, when, where, and why, and say, well, there's only a paragraph here. That's okay. That's okay. As long as you've answered all the questions and given us what we need to know about that particular component of your plan, I'm happy. You know what I mean? If you give me a 4-page long bio, I'm not reading it. I don't have the mental capacity. I don't care about when you started to play your instrument if you're 65 years old, right? We don't need to go through the entire history of your life and every little thing that happened. What I do want to know is your performance history. What are the highlights? What are some of the biggest things you've played at? Did you do did you play the MusicNL award show? That's something I would include. Do you have any charting history on any radio stations? No matter if it's a campus radio station or just a community station, any sort of charting at all, include that. Were you nominated for anything? Failing Winds, were you nominated? You know? were you featured on any particular magazine? These are all kind of highlights that you would want to bring to the fore over little personal bits of information that really don't amount to much in the grand scheme of things. So as a general rule, I try to keep my bios, the bio page, as a one page, which means 3/4 of the page is your bio. There's a little header at the top, and at the bottom, I'll include my links. I may do a separate page of just career highlights, in which I might recap some of the things that were formulated in a paragraph, but I'm just putting them in bullet points. So if someone isn't interested in reading your bio, because, you know, don't be hurt, that's going to happen, they're still getting the information that they need to get. Okay? So be concise, and also, like, in individual components such as radio, it's okay if it's just a single paragraph to say, our radio promotion strategy is to first target local stations. We've had success with Oz FM in the past. We're hoping to get airplay with this single on these additional stations across Newfoundland. And that's it. That's all. It's okay if it doesn't include a national reach. Because remember, you've already decided your target markets might just be Atlantic Canada. Do you know what I mean? So don't feel like you need to pump your grant full of unnecessary information if it's not actually what you're going to do, or if it's just filler. So as Rebecca mentioned, create a single document. That's really important when it comes to the MusicNL grant. They have different requirements. They want your project summary. They want projected goals and expectations or something like that. Like, that's a new thing. They want to know, what are you hoping to achieve? That's a whole other, that's a little requirement that they have. They have the application form. They want your marketing plan and stuff like that. What I do is I will fill out the application, and then I insert it into my entire grant package. So what I'm sending them is a single document plus the MP3 files, and that's it. In the document is the budget, it's everything. It's worth noting, because some of you might be going for different funding. If you're applying for Factor, they have an entirely different system in which separate components is what they're looking for. So they will want your goals as a separate document, because it fits on tab 1 versus the marketing plan that fits on tab 2. Okay, so make sure you're familiar with the requirements of the grant. But generally, if they don't specify, I would put it all neatly organized in a single document with a table of contents, so they can see off the hop, okay, everything looks to be here. Now let's go through it, Be realistic in both strategy and budget. So this goes back to knowing your destination and knowing your starting point. Where am I? Am I a local artist who's looking to become a regional artist? Am I a beginner artist looking to just become a name in town? That's totally valid as well. You're probably not going to be a beginning artist who's never played a show in their life looking to be Justin Bieber, right? I mean, it's a dream. Hey, I buy Lotto Max tickets every Friday, hoping Saturday morning I'm going to be $33 million richer. But it hasn't happened yet. I'll let you know if it does. I'll fund your projects, and I'll make it easy. But that's just not reasonably how it works. It doesn't happen like that. Almost never will it happen like that. So be realistic. Know which rung of the ladder you're on and which rung you're aiming for next. And with that, it says thank you, but we're not done. I want to just go and show you an example here.
While you're doing that, Michelle, I just want to speak to those, know where you are in a more concrete way in terms of the Artist Development Grant. So I assume that a lot of you who are here and those who are tuning in online, or who may do so in the future, are interested in applying for this particular, funding that we're making available. And so I just want to talk a bit about the tiers of funding that we do have available. I'm sure you guys have looked. There is a top tier of $10,000. You can apply for, in that tier, up to $10,000. It doesn't have to be that you just apply for $10,000. You don't need to cater your budget so that you've got enough expenses to apply for $10,000. And in keeping with what Michelle has just said, we really encourage you not to do that. We don't want to see somebody overpricing overpricing the production cost of their album. Like that's a turn off. That's not a turn on, and that's not likely to get you more money. We want to see what a realistic reflection of what your project is going to cost you. But to just speak for a minute to the tiers as well, the way that works is that it's not based on necessarily just need. So while you may need $7,500 to complete your album, you may still not be a good fit for the $10,000 realm of the application. So the $10,000 realm is more for established artists, maybe it's your second release. And it's something where you kind of, again, trying to take it to the next level. And perhaps you're on a, reasonably high level, you want to take it to another level. The $5,000 level likewise is, for artists who are, starting out or maybe established, and they are looking to fund a more moderately priced project, and then the lower amount is for people just starting. And it's to enable us. We don't want to see somebody who isn't a name in Corner Brook or Grand Falls competing with somebody who's a name across the country, right? So we want to be able to make these grants more accessible and really spread the love around. So while it might seem like it's prohibitive to say don't apply for that $10,000 grant. Really what we're trying to do is we're trying to put you in running with your peers as opposed to putting you in running with somebody who's going to squash you in a grant competition. Right?
Yeah, and to that end too, what I inevitably end up telling a lot of beginning artists is it's like being a new driver. If you're getting if you're a brand new driver, you probably shouldn't get yourself a Viper or a Lamborghini because you're just not there yet. Like you know what I mean? You're probably not going to be able to handle the car like it needs to be handled. So why would you dump, excess amounts of money into it? If you're looking to make a debut album, keep your budget modest. And if it seems crazy, then you need to scale back. Such as maybe you don't need a producer for the first one. There's always places to scale back. Maybe you need to make sure that your band is really tight so you don't take as many days in the studio. Cut down on the hourly rate, right?
And part of the reason that these grants have been changed as such as they have is to encourage people to actually do the project that they set out to do. Because we've had problems in the past with people accessing levels of funding that maybe they weren't ready to access, and like Michelle said, they crashed their Lamborghini. They weren't able to fulfill this goal that they had, and then that's problematic for everybody. Nobody wants to see that happen. So while I'm not discouraging you, if you guys feel like that's the realm that you're in, then give her. But
be prepared to justify your position.
That's right, and you really do have to realistically justify your position.
You have a question, Michelle?
Yes.
Can we try something with your presentation for a second, or your Word, just for online camera?
Yeah.
I want to see because it's just showing up as a white screen for me right now. If you go to the view menu.
Yeah.
And you see something like read mode in there. Trying to see if we can invert the colors.
I don't see it. Do you?
No. Okay. Continue with your question.
Sorry.
No, that's fine.
I'll try to explain exactly what I'm doing here for the benefit of those watching.
Maybe if the dim button on your laptop affects that screen.
Probably not, right?
I don't think it is, no.
Just your laptop. Okay.
Sorry.
There's a question that I wrote back for.
Okay.
We had been talking, I guess, about like a singles model as like something that's more cost efficient for somebody who's like either not to that level of funding that they would need to. But my question is, I guess, I had looked into the MusicNL's like funding program, like I guess previously, and from what I remember, I guess from last year basically, was that it was like $1,000 for a demo, like that thing, in which you needed to provide three songs and your applicable paperwork. But if you wanted to like work that as like a single to make that like, you know, a professional recording good enough to like try to put out there, the money, like $1,000, doesn't seem like enough for 3 tunes, you know what I mean? And I was just wondering if that's still the case.
Yeah, so that has changed. It's not that way anymore. The way that these grants are functioning now is that there are 3 tiers: $10,000, $5,000, and $2,500. So if you're in that $2,500 tier and that's what you're aiming towards, make a good argument. You can apply for up to the $2,500 for the production of your release, however big it might be. It's not a guarantee that the committee is going to fund it, and they might give you $1,000 out of the $2,500 if they've got a couple of applications that are worthy and they want to fund several applications at that level.
So in that way, is it still structured that you need the 3 songs for that, or could you just like go to promote like one song?
So I think it's 2. I think it's
2 to 3 to
2 to 3.
apply, but is that your question?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's 2 to 3 rough, but you know, if your idea is just, I don't know that we've actually had anybody apply just to create a single. So it's an interesting question. And really, when it comes down to it, I can give you all the answers that I have, but it's the committee they're going to be the people who adjudicate your application, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, if that's what you're going for, you will need to submit the 2, but be really clear. Like, be really clear, and you know, and make it really clear what your aim is and why you're applying at that level and why you're applying for just that. You know, and if it's realism and that, you know, like, make that clear to the committee that, you know, this is fulfilling something that you think is realistic and you can make something good out of. But you'll still need to, you know, still need to submit the number that we require. So I think that's up to 3, 2, you know, 2 is ideal. Hang on, I'm gonna pass this to Kelly.
Let's say if you do go for the big one, the $10,000. What can the jury put you in a different category and still, if they're not going to give you 10, would they give you 5? Like that?
Oh, like would they?
Yeah, like would they still want to give you something, but not be able to give you like a 10 grand?
Absolutely. And
Yeah.
I mean, we're nobody's militant around here. Like, our idea is, and you know, I'm hoping that from this point hence, our idea is to support our members in the best way we can. So that will be spreading the love around. So if you apply for that, the thing is, if you apply for that $10,000 grant, you just have to consider that you're being considered with other people who applied for the $10,000 grant. So if you're just starting out and you really shouldn't be applying for it, you know that you shouldn't, and so don't apply for the $5,000. But I'm encouraging people to apply for a $5,000 grant, and you know, there are going to be a lot of people in that category. So it's the committee has a lot of kind of leeway with what they do with that money, and so those grants are totally up to that amount. I encourage you not to apply for more than you should, because it doesn't reflect well on your business acumen Do you understand what I mean? Like, if you're going for something, like Michelle said, that's not realistic, we want to see you succeed.
Well,
we want to see something that is as good and successful at the end of this process.
That's different than what I'm used to, because when I applied and got the 10 grand back in the day, we worked so hard to get to where we needed to be, because you had to get to 10.
Yeah.
Right, so there's a philosophical change that must be happening. Right?
Yes, I think we need to think of it as ranges. So you're applying for $0 to $2,500, $2,500 to $5,000, $5,000 to $10,000. Anywhere within that range is reasonable to apply.
Yeah.
So maybe you don't need. Yeah,
I think
it
it's
does
better.
make more sense.
I got $1,000 before, and it's sorry, Michelle.
No, it's
it is
okay.
quite different, but it was kind of very little. You do a demo, like just for a demo.
Yeah.
So I got the 1,000, which was great. I got a great demo out of it. But it was just that or the 10.
Yeah.
So I think this
there used to be
new
$500 too.
Was there?
Yeah.
Oh, times have changed. Okay, guys, let's rein it in here and let's take a look through, because I've got 2 documents that I want to show you here. So this document, by the way, is going to go into the sample grant, but let's take a look at the marketing plan first. So this is an application. I've changed all the information in it, so you don't know who it is. You can probably guess, but this was created for a Factor application, and in Factor, they just want to see the marketing plan separate. So I happen to have an example here. The title page. I always make a title page. I've started using a nice press photo on the title page because it does 2 things. It announces exactly who you are from the onset. It creates a brand, like a precedence for your brand. Here we are. Your photo might have a logo. You might have a logo that you want to include instead of a photo. It doesn't matter. But in the section here where it says your logo here, that was just a little graphic I found on the internet. What I also include in addition to my photo is the band name and the funding organization and the particular program that you're applying for. So for this one coming up, it would be, let's say Waterfront Fire, MusicNL Project and Artist Development Program. And then I might also include the date, just so they know what, more information there is good. Like, it doesn't have to be a super stiff page, like you might have submitted if anyone's done the university route and had to, presented to Professor so-and-so on this date for this classroom. But you do want to keep some sort of a format there. And I would definitely either include your logo or some sort of press photo because it's pretty, it catches the eye, and it establishes your brand. So if we move to the table of contents here, you'll see that even though we've been talking about the marketing plan and the components specific to that marketing plan, such as press and publicity, radio, retail campaigns, etc., I have there at the front a project summary. This is just a nice little paragraph or 2. We'll scroll down and see. This is literally as long as it is. I'll zoom in so we can read it a little bit. 150? Whoa, that's a big face. Okay. Project summary, folk trio, you can guess who it is, are preparing to release their 5th studio album name. The album will be recorded at, so in other words, we've got the who, the what, the when, the where. We don't have the why yet, that's going to come later on. So then I go into, while the marketing strategy for this project spans several touring markets, and in there I would say a couple, only the Canadian component has been mapped out in detail for the purposes of this grant. Strategic principles include, or however, will apply to each territory. The team's marketing approach includes an aggressive international publicity campaign, extensive print and digital marketing, retail campaigns, radio campaigns, new video content, and more international touring. Translation, in one brief paragraph, I am telling exactly what the jury is going to find in the following pages of my marketing plan. Briefly, we're going to use social media, we're going to use an advertising campaign, and we're using, a publicist and a retail campaign, or whatever your plan includes, okay? So this project summary is something you're going to create after you've written the rest of your marketing plan, because it's going to just be a quick synopsis of what you've created here.
So you wouldn't have a letter to the jurors?
You can. That's.
You don't need to.
This is no. I
Seems
wouldn't.
more professional.
Well, sometimes you know what? That's a good question. The question was, would you include a letter to the jurors? It really depends on what the who the funding organization is. I can tell you this: Factor and to a degree MusicNL. MusicNL I think is not less specific from my dealings with them. Factor I think would prefer something very third person. So writing on behalf of someone, using your band name instead of the I all the time. I am planning on doing this. Even if you're a solo artist, I would say, Blair Lane is an artist who blah, 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 and he's going to record blah, blah, and blah.
Even if Blair Lane wrote it.
Even if Blair Lane wrote it himself. The implication there is that he has a team behind him working on this. Okay? But in saying that, the NLAC, they want that community feeling. They want to know that they are funding an individual. So for them, they want you to use I.
The Arts Council, yeah.
The Arts Council, yeah. When I wrote a grant, I helped Scott get money to go to the Mix with the Masters program in France this past summer. And, this is a big thing. And honestly, it was my gift to him because I don't have $7,000 to send him on this amazing experience. But I do have the skill set that could get him that money. So knowing that the NLAC would prefer to be hearing from Scott directly, I wrote the grant as if it was Scott. So I used I throughout.
So company you're
and it's perfectly acceptable to call up the program coordinator at that funding organization to find out.
Rebecca?
What would you prefer?
Yeah, do you guys, if you don't mind me asking, would you prefer us to write I or the band name? Do you think?
So the question is whether we'd like to receive these applications in the first person or the third person. I think that is a matter of what suits your personality the best, what best reflects the image that you want to create. So we don't have any particular guidelines. I'm sure that jury members have preferences. Those are hard to know sometimes, but I would say whatever reflects your, the image that you want to put forward, whatever reflects that best, then that is the way that I would do it.
And I will say this too: if you're a person who, like many of us, has a hard time speaking about yourself in positive ways with confidence, I would encourage you to use the third person because it allows you that
separation.
Yeah, that separation, and as if you're speaking like an authority on this person. You want to cut out all that wishy-washy language and say with confidence what you mean. So, without sounding like you're an uppity little blah, 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 right? So that's just a little tip there. But of course, you should definitely, if you're concerned about that at all, call up the person in charge of the program funding at that organization and give them a shout and ask those questions. In the third paragraph here, I basically give a quick little synopsis. Here, the band has had an incredible year, and yet the team expects the next album will surpass the success of their last record. So what I'm doing is I'm outlining the expectations. Since the release of their last album, the band's online following has increased by X%. This figure represents worldwide growth and also translates in physical and digital sales. So not only have we increased their fan base, but we've increased our sales as well. To date, this record has sold over X copies and has reached number 4 on the chart, and the official video has amassed over. So I'm just kind of highlighting a couple of things that I feel might capture their attention and answer the question, which is, why would we want to fund this person? So right off the hop, this is why you want to fund us, because we have a proven track record. Last paragraph, the team will measure the success of the next album by comparing measurable data against the success of the previous album. These markers include social media following, YouTube views, album sales, radio charting, and critical acclaim. data tracking of venue capacities, tickets sold, and cash guarantees will also provide insight on this band's growth. So essentially, we're in paragraph 3, we've outlined what we hope to achieve by highlighting what we've already achieved, and then we tell them in the last paragraph, here's how we plan to measure our success. Okay? And that altogether is not even a full page. So it doesn't have to be much. The project timeline, this is a section that I also like to include right after the project summary, simply because it gives the reader a sense of how you're going to roll out this project. You can include it in a paragraph form, in which I would include things like, when do you plan to start your recording? How much time have you allotted for that? When do you hope to release it? When will you start marketing the album? That might include the release of single number 1. If in your marketing plan you have included the production of a couple of videos, you might want to mention when you plan to film those videos, and where, and that sort of thing. If you don't like the paragraph format, and this is a nice little trick just to break up the overall look of your your plan and your grant for the ease of reading, you might want to just include a bullet point list, or break it out into months. February, recording begins, something. However you feel comfortable formatting that, that's entirely up to you. The most important thing is that you include the necessary information, such as what we just covered: when you're starting the recording, when you hope to wrap it up, when you will be releasing it, and when you plan to work on the additional marketing tools such as video, photos, etc. Okay? Next, and this is interesting because, again, keeping in mind that I did this grant, are you reading it?
Yes.
Okay. I did this grant for Factor. Let's zoom in just so you can see what she's laughing about. This is their biography. Just a quick note at the top. Write your bio here. Should be no more than a page, and 3/4 of a page is best. Does anyone know what song that is?
Yesterday.
Yeah, sing it. I included that in Strawberry Fields. I just needed content. But basically, this is about the length. And I just want to zoom out again, just so you can get a full view here, kind of thing. So the bio part doesn't take up the whole thing. Here's what I was telling you at the bottom. This one I actually didn't include the stats, but I normally do. I break it down into a very digestible format here. Here's your Facebook link, here's your Twitter link, here's your Instagram link, here's your YouTube link. The YouTube one is either your channel, or if you don't have a channel, make it your most popular video. Include your website, your SoundCloud account, and where people can buy iTunes. Basically, you know that the person is not really going to be necessarily checking out each and every one of these links. The point is that you're showing that you have a strong social media presence, that you have accounts on all of these things. You might have extra ones or different ones, and that's okay.
If you're new, if you don't have all of them, like if it's your first album?
If it's your first album, I would honestly still encourage you to set yourself up with a Facebook and Twitter account, possibly Instagram. And if you have any demo work, I would do what Patrick suggested, which is to throw a photo up on YouTube with the song and start building some viewership there. It's okay if you don't have a website if you're just starting out. I think it's something to work towards, though. You know, it's understandable you might not have a website if you're just starting out because you don't have anything to populate the website with, right? And you might not have a SoundCloud account either, but if you can hit a couple of those,
oh, for sure,
and just start to show that you're building, and they'll see that you're just starting out, that's okay too.
So it's okay if you don't have a lot of hits, because if I just finished recording a song, I want to put it up this week.
Yeah. Well, that's something that you would then address in your, in either your project summary or in your bio. We have literally just released this in date, year, you know, and they'll see that and go, oh, no wonder. And usually it comes up on your YouTube like this was posted on X date, so they can kind of judge what the traffic's been like. you know, the once I think finally rolled over 1 million views on the You're My Best Friend video, but that was like most of that happened in the past year, maybe 18 months. And that video came out a couple years ago. So it's okay that you know,
There's only so much going on.
in fact, I think as who was it that said earlier, if you put something out today and tomorrow it has 5,000 views, that's probably suspect.
Somebody's
You know,
wrong. Yeah.
you know. I mean, Fortunate Ones did it. They had you know, thousands of views in their first week. I believe that was legit because they already have a strong following. You know. Okay, here we go into the marketing plan. Again, I gave a very quick synopsis just to briefly say, here's what you're going to see. The marketing strategy for this band's upcoming album includes an international publicity campaign, print and digital advertising, retail campaign, viral music videos, international touring, and a strong push on radio. Here's a little note. Extensive marketing and promo will be done in each touring market, which is North America, the UK, Europe, Australia, New Zealand. However, for the purposes of this application, only the Canadian strategy has been mapped out in detail. And that's because, honestly, as a grant writer, I didn't have access at the time to what their label's publicity department was planning for those additional markets. Sometimes, you know, I will work with those people and get that information. For you guys, however, you're probably working on a more local level, and that's okay. So here we go into press and publicity. You'll notice that these are just very short little paragraphs, right? Doesn't have to be super wordy, doesn't have to be really long. I'm answering what they need to know. In Canada, this band's last album received exceptional support at press with stellar reviews by CBC Music, Exclaim, Verb Magazine, Ottawa Citizen, The Star Phoenix, and more. So in essence, here's what we did right the last time, and we're going to build on that. Okay, we've set a precedence. Next paragraph. This band's international press and publicity campaign for the new album will be executed by this publicity team, because in that case they did have a publicist. And each branch will pursue feature interviews, album reviews, concert reviews, and previews with major media outlets nationwide. Focus will also be given to niche outlets that specialize in folk pop, Canadiana, arts and culture, and heritage. So you can probably guess who I'm talking about right here. But what you should get from that paragraph is, here's who's taking care of our publicity. Here's what we're trying to achieve. We're trying to get feature interviews, album reviews, blah. And here's what we're focusing on in one sentence. And then in detail, I give a sample list of who specifically we're going after. You may want to organize this a bit differently. I have it organized in print. In brackets, they're national and provincial, long lead, weeklies, and dailies. It's a combination of print media outlets that come out weekly, you know, newspapers, etc. Then I have a section titled television, so we're hoping to get live to air performances or interviews with CBC, City TV, etc. as they coincide with the tour schedule, and some online outlets as well. You might want to organize it differently. You might say we're headed to New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and PEI and Newfoundland, and here are the media outlets in those specific places that we are targeting.
So they don't actually have to be confirmed that they're going to cover you?
No,
It's
because
just gotta be people you're going to target.
it's who we're going for, yeah, because it's not guaranteed. But you know, these are the people you've identified as making sense for your genre,
Right.
and you might have some connection with.
Imagine if they had covered you in the past, you would want to know that because that's
Yeah.
a better opportunity of happening.
Well, and that's exactly why I started off with that under the little summary under press and publicity. In the past, we have had reviews by blah, 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 because it shows that we were successful there, right?
I know probably half the people in this room have probably done Out of the Fog at one point.
And maybe even the
Like,
Telegram.
Does that all count for?
Absolutely it does.
It's okay if you've done it in different, like, I've done a lot of theater. So
Sure.
Is that okay too?
Absolutely. Anything you can leverage, you can, they don't need to know that you got coverage on CBC because of something you were in the theater.
Okay. Oh, good.
I hope that
Okay,
doesn't
now.
sound super like dishonest or anything, but what you're trying to like, this happens all the time.
They still know who you are.
They still know who you are. You've built a profile and you've had experience dealing with media. So it shows all kinds of stuff. Obviously, we're working here with a national and international touring artist. So there's a lot of these media outlets won't necessarily make sense for you, but I do want to just point some stuff out. We have things like Exclaim, Beetroot Magazine, Canadian Musicians, SoCan. Those are music specific. Then we also have East Coast Living, See and Be Seen. There's other lifestyle magazines, like, not that I'm going to promote marijuana or anything, but if you guys are like, if that's part of your band's identity, then maybe you want to go for Chronic Magazine or whatever it is. Like, do you know what I mean? Just know your market.
When it comes to that stuff, like, it might seem unrealistic to say X magazine, but in my experience, you have no idea because, like, when it comes to that, like I was gonna say, like, in my experience, reaching out in that, sometimes like you may get a hit where you didn't think you were gonna get hit.
Absolutely.
Like, I know that like Music Face in England wrote one about us. We were like on a page with Queens of the Stone Age's new release.
Sweet.
So like, obviously we were not at that level, but yeah, it was like, what the hell's going on? Yeah, they did it. And like, I emailed Pitchfork, and I got a reply from Larry Fitzmaurice, the guy who runs it. And he was like, well, I'll have a look, I'll have a listen. He did, he actually did have a listen. So you don't really know where you're gonna hit. Like, other people's smaller blogs, aren't completely uninterested, some big ones did, so.
Totally. And it's about tapping into those lifestyle outlets. Like, if someone in the band is big on, like, I don't know, BMX biking or even cinematography or photography, maybe you want to reach out to those sorts of outlets to get some cross promotion going.
Like theater stuff.
Absolutely, theater stuff. If you have a role, like, weren't you in a play?
I'm in Rock Ages.
Yeah, you're in Rock. So you can be garnering publicity for your band through the press, any press coverage that you might get for being involved in that production, right? Okay, so let's quick, because I'm just conscious of the time here, you guys. I'm sorry. I hope I'm not speeding through this. Print and digital marketing. Again, we're just going. I'm mentioning this one not so much in point note form, but basically in Canada, half-page ads, color where possible, will be placed in printed editions of Beetroot. And I'm kind of going through the outlets. So in addition to having our publicist service these media outlets for interviews, we're also advertising in print and digital form. So on some of these very same media outlets, right?
Oh.
And then in there, I'm talking a little bit about what the ad is going to look like. It's going to be a half page. It's going to be color where possible. It's going to include artwork for the album, retail availability info, and upcoming tour dates. Maybe yours won't be so detailed. Maybe it'll just be like the one for Grimes we saw, where it was just available on iTunes or a link to your website. I also include a bit of information as to the reach of these media outlets to say that these publications each boast circulation numbers ranging from 25,000 to 250,000, with most averaging at 100,000. That shows them that I've done my homework. I've looked up the stats of each one of these media outlets, and I've decided to go with these based on their reach and also their readership. Okay. Retail, again, we did a new and notable retail advertising campaign with Amazon and HMV. I'm just going to scroll down to this last section because this will make more sense for, everyone in the room. A special retail advertising in-store display campaign will run in this band's home province of Newfoundland at Fred's Records. The campaign will coincide with the launch of the album release and tour dates. Located in St. John's, Newfoundland's historic downtown, Fred's Records opened its doors in 1972 and has been a local hangout for musicians and music lovers ever since. Specializing in music produced in Newfoundland, Fred's carries a wide selection of all genres, and their staff is the most knowledgeable in the province. The in-store campaign will consist of materials for window display and end cap positioning, which is like at the end of a row. The retail advertising campaign will consist of exclusively designed posters for point of purchase. So basically, I'm talking about, and this could happen in any small town. If you guys are from Stephenville and you want to set up at Hartery's Diner and they're willing to have your stuff on the counter, mention that. It might not cost you anything, and I would encourage that because free is always good. But talk about how else are you getting your stuff out there? What are they doing for you, and why is it important? I mentioned that it's located in St. John's, and it opened its doors in 1972 to indicate that it's an institution for music lovers in this market. And people are getting their information here, so they're going to trust that this new album is the bee's knees. Okay, radio, blah, blah, blah. In this case, you guys, like this is a pretty high-level marketing plan, so I don't want you to be deterred by some of the information that is included here. Just try to translate in your head to what it is you're going for. Replace maybe CBC, well, and I shouldn't say CBC Radio 2, but maybe you're not going for, you know, what's his face is, who's the guy who does top 40? Yeah. Maybe you're not going to like try to get on his show, but you're going to try for
2,500, yeah, maybe.
you're not going for Billboard chart status here, but it's the same principle. You want to tell me, okay, in the radio section, which radio stations have I A, already been successful with what, and B, which ones am I going for? Who do I know? I think in here, yes, you can tell right now I'm talking about the ones, okay? We'll just be honest about that. I mentioned in here, we have an in with Radio 2 morning host and fellow Newfoundlander Tom Power. He's also on our roster, so you better believe that we're going to leverage that. Who do you know at radio? Do you have a good relationship with Tara Bradbury, who can maybe write a feature on you? These are the sorts of things that you should definitely include in your marketing plan.
So, like, all the times that you've been on CBC, like, for interviews and stuff like that?
Okay, well, maybe if it's a lot, maybe we'll pick a handful of the best times or the highlights of your interview
Or if you're 16,
experience.
doesn't count.
Well, be reasonable. Like if it's so passé, then it's maybe not valid anymore. But definitely use any bit of information that is going to bolster your profile.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
You can probably just Google your name and literally everything will come up.
Well, and in part of the mentioning data management earlier, one of the things I manage is press coverage. I take screenshots of, as best I can anyways, of most of the press and certainly the big articles and highlights, and I keep that filed away for exactly moments like this where I need to say, hey, here's what we've done.
You don't include samples of it?
I
So
do.
I've done that in the past.
I have. It depends on how thick this proposal is going to be, because in keeping with the tip of being precise, you don't want to overload people either.
Would there be purpose of including links to things you thought were very important,
Absolutely.
like particular reviews or?
Absolutely.
I was,
Yeah, I was going to say, I hope you took a screenshot or kept a...
Yeah, I keep all that in Dropbox.
Yeah.
And stuff like that.
I'd be posting that every day. But look at this.
Yeah.
Please
Share
don't
it,
age.
share it.
So videos and photos, basically, just very simply, based on past marketing initiatives, viral music videos are perhaps the most important component when releasing a new video. I say that because this is, remember, in keeping this is an international touring band, we're not going to actually create a $40,000 music video. We've decided against putting in that amount of money into a much music quality video. Actually, well, we did a pretty good job at We're All Running, but what I'm saying is this phrase in there was to justify why we're going after a viral music video campaign and why we're keeping it to the live performance. Do you know what I mean? So I've set that up. I said, based on past marketing initiatives, this is what works best for us. This sort of additional content is required when soliciting media attention, and I've explained why we're doing it. And then paragraph 2, I say, here's who we're going to work for. Work with. We've hired this production company. The idea is to film 2 to 3 live videos, and then we're going to use footage from that and cut it down to a 15 to 30 second clip so we can promote the tour. Do you know what I mean? So we're using, it's double, however you're going to use your videos or photos, just make sure you're very specific. So we're investing in this to get this, and we're also going to be able to use this. Does that make sense? Or is that too vague?
No, it makes sense.
And then a quick little aside here, still photography will be taken throughout, so we can post it to social media, use it on our posters, etc. It doesn't have to be a super long, lengthy explanation. I really hope that that's what you're getting out of this, because I know that when you sit down to write something like this, you're like, oh my God, this is like such a big document. You don't have to overcomplicate it. Literally, this is 4 pages total. And I also didn't mention this earlier, but I'll mention it now for the benefit of those still with us. When I started, I don't have a background in marketing. I don't. This is all stuff I've picked up. I had never written a document like this, and I say that not to hopefully I won't deter you or make you think that I'm no good anymore.
No, I'm
but
very impressed.
the point of me telling you that is because you can do it too. It's really, you work through it systematically and you get through it, and you're definitely more than capable of doing it in whatever language you know how. You know, and even if it's more bullet form than this, that's totally acceptable too. So touring, here I go. I'm talking about first the markets that we intend to hit. We're revisiting some of the ones we've already been to, and we're going to venture into developing markets for us, which is Europe, Australia, New Zealand. I'm saying who we're working with as a booking agent. In the likely event you don't have a booking agent, that's okay. You just don't make mention of it. You tell them, here's where we've booked already. We've visited Halifax, Moncton, Fredericton, etc. at these particular venues. We are targeting venues that can hold between 50 to 100 people. Do you know what I mean? It's okay. You don't have to tell them that maybe only 4 people showed up, right? If that's the reality that you're in, maybe you've maxed out venues. So you just want to let them know what your strategy is, why you're choosing those particular venues over others. So that part was a little lengthier for us, only because I actually did go into some of the international markets. And then at the tail end of my marketing plan, I included a list of who's on our team. You might say, I don't have a manager, I don't have an agent, I don't have a publicist, so who am I including in there? Well, if you're going for a recording grant, if that's the basis of your project, you'll want to include who your producer is. Because let's just say the jury doesn't know who you are. They might know who Mark Neary is, if that's who you're working with, or Robert Kelly, or whoever else you might be working with in town. They'll say, wow, cool, those guys are working with this band, right on, I'm going to check them out. So you're capitalizing on those relationships, and you're also letting them know that you're working with quality people. So of course I've replaced their bios with lyrics again, but in this particular grant I included the producer, the label, management, booking agents, and the distributor. But in your cases, I would definitely not hesitate to include a producer, engineer, musicians, absolutely. If you have additional musicians playing on your project, if you have co-writers working with you, even if someone is coming on to do your artwork. Like, no team member is too small. We forget that sometimes because it's often about the art, but it never happens without a team. So this is a chance for you to acknowledge that team and also and capitalize on your relationship with those people who've likely worked with many other people in town. So that is the marketing plan in a nutshell. I also wanted to go through the entire grant process from start to finish. So this is one that I worked on for MusicNL. Let's just take a look again. The title page is the same. We won't rediscuss that. The table of contents, just briefly, I've outlined that you will find a project summary, a section on projected goals and expected results. You're going to find our bio. Even though the social media links are included in the bio page, I'm highlighting that they're there. Then we've got the marketing plan. I just put a basic header there. You might want to structure this differently. You might want to break it down into subpoints under marketing plan and say, here are the different areas or channels that we're, utilizing. Then I've also included a project timeline, the budget, the team, lyrics, and a letter and my letters of support. And then the demos, I put MP3 format there. I know it's hard to read. I put MP3 so they know that there's an attachment. There's something that's not included in this document because it's audio, and they need to look for that in their folder.
And Michelle, if I could just interject for 1 second. We would really like to see, there is an application associated with our particular funding proposal.
That should be in there, but it isn't.
Yeah, we would like to see that probably up front,
Okay.
First thing we see, because often when the committee looks at the application, it's sometimes not clear what the person is asking for,
Yeah.
right? So I want to know, I want to be able to flip to page one and say, okay, guys are in the $5,000 range, so that's how we're going to think about them.
Yeah.
And their ask is this amount.
Yeah.
It's just easy point of reference, and again, that's just a little formatting thing that makes a difference, and
Totally.
people don't get frustrated. You should always be aiming at, let's not make the jury frustrated trying to find information. So that's why this table of contents, that organization is so important.
Demos. Yeah, that's a really good point to put in. There's nothing stopping you either from including what your exact ask is in your project summary, or maybe it's something you're calling it something else. Maybe it is a letter to the jury. However you're formatting it. Because there's no real right or wrong way, but there's a preferred way of doing this kind of stuff. What else was I going to say? I had something right then. Forgot. It'll come back to me. I just won't think about it right now. Okay, so the project summary you'll see is pretty much the same. Sometimes in my project summary, I like to include the track listing. These are just choices that I make depending on the project. I like to include it sometimes because it shows that you've really thought out the project. We already have a definitive set of tunes we're going to be recording, and they know that you're not just going to get money and hopefully write things in studio, right? It just works towards showing that you've got your shit together. Yeah. Yeah. So projected goals and expected results. This is something new that MusicNL has implemented. Sorry for the bigness there. And basically, this is just a section where you want to answer the questions as concisely and as fully as possible. So please provide a detailed description of the initiatives for which you are requesting funding in this application. The scope of this project includes the production and promotion of a full-length album. More specifically, this band is seeking funding to cover elements of post-production, which is mixing, mastering, and manufacturing, and marketing of the album. So they've already got their tracking done. The marketing component includes publicists for, and then this is basically just a summary. It doesn't have to be longer than that. Rebecca, were you guys at all, disappointed with the length? Were you missing anything? No. So literally I have maybe, I'm going to guess 125 to 150 words per question.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Let's say, hypothetically speaking, one of us gets funded for this, and we apply for the recording grant.
Yep.
And then we get funded by Factor as well.
Yeah.
Can we change this to be primarily about the marketing aspect? Like if we use the money we get from Factor as the recording money, and then use this money as the marketing money? Can we change
Well,
it?
correct me if I'm wrong, Rebecca, but I think that you would have to have outlined pretty clearly what your marketing strategy is and what your costs are in order to transfer that money. Yeah. Basically, and there's nothing wrong with, by the way, saying we have sourced other means of funding in your application, so they know off the hop that you're hoping to also get factor. I think I actually say that at one point in this.
And can I also just point out that if you've got a question like that after you have received approval for funding, really good idea to put it to us before you proceed, so that we can help you figure out a way to manipulate, maybe a poor choice of words, but to massage your different sources of funding so that they best, you can best use them. Because what we wouldn't want to happen is you are funded up to a certain percentage of your eligible expenses.
Right.
And what we wouldn't want to happen is at the end of your year, when you go to submit your final report, we look at your expenses and go, hey man, this is not what we said we were going to fund.
Yeah.
This is not what our intent was, and this is not what you put forth in your application. So in order to prevent that from happening, you create a paper trail by getting in touch with us. But
Right.
we also can then help you figure out the best way to allocate those funds so that you get the most from all your different sources of funding.
Right, 'cause I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think with factor, you have to be a level 2 or level 3 in order to qualify for marketing and that kind of thing. Outside
You
the,
do.
Outside the recording.
Well, yes and no. Outside of. Oh yeah, sorry.
Really interesting.
Yeah, so sorry, Kelly was asking, she said for when it comes to factor, you need to have gotten a rating of 2 or 3 in order to qualify for standalone marketing and not marketing in addition to any funding you've received for recording. So how it works, just to give you an idea, is if most of us will be rated general. Don't be offended by that at all. You need quite the profile in order to get level 2. It's difficult, and even the ones is flip-flopped. So that's just to give you an idea. So how it works is you would apply for a factor recording grant, and from there, if you're successful, they say, okay, we'll give you $10,000 for the recording, and you can then apply for additional monies related to marketing, tour support, video support, up to an additional $15,000 combined. So it's not necessarily 5 for each of those categories. It could be 15 in marketing if that's what you need. Mm-hmm. If you're not a level 2 artist, then you can't apply for standalone marketing. It needs to be affiliated with a factor-funded project. So that relates to the MusicNL stuff because MusicNL is saying you can apply just for marketing, which is why Kelly had asked if you can kind of, after being,
Tailor it,
yeah, if you can kind of restructure it after learning that you've been factor approved. Okay, so moving on just quickly through this grant application, just to recap, here we are. We've gone through our projected and expected results. It's pretty standard, very short answers. After that, I've got the bio and social media links. By the way, you might not want to format this exactly how I've done it. Like you might choose to put things ahead of other things, and that's okay too. It's however you feel is best organized. Just to scroll in here. So again, here's some of the highlights section. It's just a brief, after the bio, I've included a couple of highlights. I took out the specific information, of course, but they were an award winner. They got a nomination. They were a top finalist in a contest. Between these years, they got 9 music organization nominations, etc. And then there's social media links, and I took out the numbers, but you know, just so you know, I do put in current stats as close to the date as I submit the grant as possible, knowing that they're going to change. We don't need to go over the marketing plan because we just did. So let's zoom out here for a little bit. Then we go to the budget. MusicNL has a budget sheet that they like to use, and you can certainly do your own. And I would also encourage you to do your own. What I normally include at the bottom here is a little appendix, something that details what all of these costs are. So if I'm spending $3,500 on an engineer producer, what does that entail? How many days in the studio am I hoping to get? Is there a specific breakdown? Is it that the engineer costs X amount a day for so many days? Just so they can get a clear picture of where your money is going. Mixing and mastering, it's no secret, you know, I go out with Scott, his rate is $200 a tune. So that's how we break down that cost, etc. If that's who we're going with. And you would just kind of put a little note here at the bottom. We've outlined here, oh, and actually let me zoom in on this just for a quick second, because Alex earlier was asking about, do we need to spend money on certain things? And the answer is no. So according to this grant application, we're spending money on production, so engineering and the producer fees, the post-production, which is mixing, mastering, manufacturing, artwork, layout. Some bands might not do that. Maybe you have someone in the band who's already really good with graphics and who can handle that job. In that case, you can save yourself the money. This band has chosen to put in publicity and promo videos. That's what they're spending on that. But it could easily also look like $2,000 on publicity and no money on promo videos or photos, or no money on the website and instead extra money on layout, or maybe there's advertising in there. Do you know what I mean? It's any sort of combination. These costs are going to reflect what's actually in your plan, or at least what you're requesting for. And even if you think that everything combined, being the production, post-production, manufacturing, and marketing of your project, is going to cost like, let's just be unrealistic and say like $25,000. There's nothing wrong with outlining that and saying, but we're only asking for $5,000, because that shows you're willing to also put money into this project. Or it might account for the fact that you've also applied for factor or NLAC money or county council or what have you. So it's okay to acknowledge the full budget, because there's a section here that says total expenses and total eligible expenses. And then we say, here's what we're actually asking. I really do think you should include, I think it's a requirement, but I also think that even if it weren't, you should include how you're able to, finance the project. Because funding organizations, as a rule, they don't like the thought of, well, you're only going to do this project if you get the funding. They want to know that you're committed to your craft, and that you're determined to be successful in this project no matter what. So you want to let them know that regardless of whether we get the funding, we are prepared to pay for these expenses, and here's how we're going to do it. You can tell them things like, we're planning on getting a loan, or we've applied for a loan. We have family support who has offered X amount towards this money, or we've launched a Kickstarter campaign. We're funding this project, or we've applied for factor funding, or we just have day jobs and we're each kicking in this amount of money. Or we have people who are donating things. Those are all reasonable pieces of information to include in the grant, if that's in fact how you're planning on financing the project. So again, in this grant application, I've included the team. I think it's the exact same. I just copied and pasted the marketing plan into this example. Okay, so MusicNL asks for demos. I would strongly suggest that you choose songs that are your catchiest, that you might possibly intend to put to radio. I also like to suggest that you include songs that get to the vocals right away. And I'm not minimizing the rest of the musicians in the band, but when you have limited time to review a grant, sometimes you don't have time for a 45-second intro, just a musical interlude. So make sure you know, and if none of your songs start with the vocals right off the hop, that's okay too. Just be cognizant that if you have one that does, that might be the better choice. Or at least if it doesn't have vocals, is there a catchy riff that is, you know, going to garner my attention and say, man, this sounds really good. I wonder what the vocals like. I wonder what the words are like. When I jury grants, like I said, I usually start with the song. If I really like the song, if I'm really taken by the song, I'll listen to it over and read through the lyrics, because that to me sometimes brings out the meaning of the song more so than reading the lyrics on their own. Nonetheless, you do need to include the lyrics because part of the criteria, particularly with Factor, is that they want to know that, you know, you're not just like spewing random words. Like there's, you know, it's a part of the art.
So, with back to the audio file, like, is it okay to just do an acoustic guitar vocal thing?
So the question is, can you just do an acoustic guitar and vocal thing for a demo? The answer is yes, but I would strongly encourage that it's a great take. Like I worked with a band whose stuff is generally very highly produced, and they didn't have time to demo a song with full production, and what they had instead was a very stripped down version of it. I did include it over a song that was fully produced because I felt like it was a better song choice, and we also had 2 other songs that were highly produced, which will have helped the jury fill in the gaps, the production gaps. If your stuff is singer-songwriter by nature and it's just guitar and vocal, then yes, of course that makes sense, because maybe that's the level of production that your album is actually going to be. If your stuff is really highly produced pop stuff and it's got to be shiny in the final end product, then one song that's acoustic will work, but it might be to your benefit to provide a sample that is closer to the end product. That sounds more closely to what you're trying to achieve. But mostly I would say that the quality, like just go with your best quality. I know a lot of people who have in fact spent money on getting their songs mixed for the demos, and that's cool too. You can arrange with an engineer who might do just a quick mix, so it sounds better than what you might be able to do, but isn't going to cost you full pop. That might be worth the investment for you. That's up to you. That really depends on what your budget looks like. So those were just the lyrics that go along with the 3 demos that were included in the grant application. And finally, letters of reference or support. This one, I wrote this letter. And I just want to read it because I think it's important that you get an idea of, you know, this isn't me saying, oh, look what a great writer I am. I'm saying this is the kind of endorsement that is going to be positive and contribute positively to your grant application. Dear MusicNL juror, Kilbride Music strongly supports this band in their endeavor to record what will surely be their best album yet. In a place where folk music and traditional instruments reign supreme, this band has succeeded at breaking the mold. Their single, Blah, has been in heavy rotation amongst local radio stations since its release, and the song fits seamlessly amongst top 40 artists from Los Angeles, New York, Toronto, you name it. Our company's mandate is to work with the best and brightest artists in Newfoundland and Labrador, and despite working almost exclusively with folk artists until now, we feel as though we've hooked a rising star in the pop rock group, this people. These guys are energetic, on trend, and above all, business-savvy musicians. For the past 3 years, we have watched as the members of this band developed their stage show, built their repertoire, and created a lot of buzz, not only in St. John's, but across the province and throughout Eastern Canada. We are excited to be working with such fine young musicians. Please consider this band as strong candidates for this very specific MusicNL Projects Artist Development Program grant. Sincerely, my signature, this is who I am. These are my credentials. Now, I've also seen some people, like, getting a letter of support like this is truly invaluable. It would have been better if Bob's name was on it, because Bob has a higher profile than I do. But it's still a glowing review of this group. And if you have people in mind that you think their name is going to add weight to your application, but you're not necessarily sure on how well they're able to word their letter of support, there is absolutely nothing wrong with writing the letter for them and saying, this is what I want said, will you sign this? Because it's one way of ensuring the quality. Controlling quality. Because I've seen some letters that are like really detrimental. They're not on, it's okay if there's no letterhead, but sometimes they're not formatted properly with the date, and like there's no signature on it even, and that isn't great. Like, what I normally suggest to people is the goal is to get 2 letters of support minimum. So you might want to ask 3 to 5 people and see what you get back. And then this way you have a collection to choose from. You would choose your most positive endorsements and the ones that have like the weightiest name. And these people, by the way, they could be industry, they could be like your producer. Okay. You could be your engineer if it's an artist, another artist in town that has weight, and they've worked with you and they can speak to your work ethic, etc. That would work. It could be a venue programmer. It could be a radio station host if they have a relationship with you. Basically, someone you know who's going to give you a proper review and whose name carries weight, with the juries. Does anyone have any questions?
I had notes.
Yeah, I've got a question here again from Everglow.
Yeah.
They say, as do-it-yourself musicians handling the lion's share of producing, engineering, recording, artwork, marketing, just about everything, what's the best way to do a team section? Do you have any suggestions for them?
Aha. I would talk about yourselves as individuals. So there's 2 members of Everglow. Talk about what qualifies you as a producer, and maybe what your influences are, who you've had mentorship with in the past. If you have graphic design experience, do you have certification for that? Like anything, and you might not have to harp on that kind of stuff either. You don't have to include a team section. I think if there's people in your team that carry weight, again, I would like to see them, because it shows that you have support as well. But in the event that you're doing it all yourself, I would speak as individuals, and why you've decided to go that route and what you bring to the table is the main thing. Or do you have experience producing things in the past? Basically, you would do it the same as any other team member. If you're a producer, in addition to, like Chris Kirby, for instance, is a producer and a musician. So if he's going to self-produce his record, why wouldn't he talk about his other accolades in the world of producing, or the experience he might have? Yeah. Anyone else have questions?
I think you answered all of mine for me. All this was great.
Okay, so I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Michelle for doing this for us today. It has been fascinating. I learned a lot.
Oh, good.
And I know our participants here, had a it was a very valuable kind of interactive session. So that's
definitely.
Really
Thank you for that, you guys.
So if there are any questions that you guys would like to put to myself or Michelle, or any comments about today's session, I encourage you to send us an email, comments on Facebook and Twitter. We really like to make this an ongoing thing, so we want to know what we can do for you guys, what kind of information you're looking for. So please let us know.
Thank you so much to MusicNL too for putting this together, because this is exactly where we should be moving. And thank you so much for you guys showing up. And yeah, if you, like she said, feel free to contact me anytime. my time is pretty sparse these days, but I would love to help each and every one of you out as best I can. And there's also other people here in the province, by the way, who do things like this. I could, I will, if I can't help you, I will do my best to put you in touch with someone who can. Okay?
Thanks, Michelle.
No problem. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And thanks to those at home too, if you're still there.
I've